Crown has you covered. Start your day with the first word, Cincinnati's only morning sports show. Power through midday with the working lunch. Cincinnati business talk that keeps you in the know. And the Rebound Rundown covers every corner of the college basketball scene in the tri-state and beyond. This is The Crown. Built for Cincinnati, morning to midday and everything in between. First word for your morning sports, the working lunch for business that hits home, and Rebound Rundown for college hoops. This city deserves its crown. Watch, listen, subscribe.
This city has always had something to prove. While the rest of the country talked about us, we built our own voice. Blue collar, underdogs, built differently, overlooked, talked about like we were supposed to stay quiet. But that was never who we were, because this city doesn't wait for permission. And neither do we. And now, for the first time, Cincinnati has a network built in its image, because the biggest stories in this city deserve more than highlights. This isn't cable television. This isn't national media. This is ours. This is The Crown.
Cincinnati sports will never be the same. First Word starts now.
Welcome to First Word, Cincinnati's only morning sports show, breaking down the biggest moments and the stories shaping Cincinnati sports with analysis that cuts through. First Word, setting the agenda in Cincinnati sports.
Let's get it going. Welcome in to First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot, Marisa Contipelli. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown. And obviously, it's our debut show. We couldn't be more excited and more grateful for all of the responses, all of the kind messages, words, everything that we've seen over the past few days. We're really excited about this, and we're really excited for one big reason, and it's a simple one. Cincinnati sports deserves a morning show. You deserve a morning show. Cincinnati fans across the globe deserve a morning sports show that's going to cover your teams every single day, and you're going to find out why in a couple of minutes, why it's such a necessary thing. And I think that's the fun part about this debut, about this launch, is this has been months and months in the making. Everybody in the First Word studio right now, plenty that are filing in here at the Crown as well throughout the day. Well, we've been working on this for months and months and months, and it's because of you, because this is what you deserve. You deserve a show that's going to give you the latest news, insight, analysis, in-studio guests, and it needs to be accessible everywhere, and that's where we are. You can check us out, obviously, on RESN every single day, on YouTube, on X, streaming everywhere, and it's very, very simple. So you get the latest sports information that you need. One of our slogans here at First Word, we're going to set the agenda for you every single day. And it's a very, very simple thing. And over the past few days, I haven't been reflective, but I think when you announce a show like this, people say, oh man, I can't believe James, you're doing this, or it's such a big thing, and man, I can't believe. I haven't really been reflective about it, but every project that I've done, it's been a simple goal. With Locked On, it was talk about the Bengals daily. Cincinnati Bengals Talk, be a home on YouTube for Bengals fans. This is no different. It's simple. We want to be your destination for Cincinnati sports every single morning from 7 to 11, while you're getting your day started, while you're having your morning coffee, while you're thinking about what's going on with Ellie De La Cruz, which, spoiler alert, we're going to get to the latest on that. We're going to have you covered. Thinking about, oh, well, what are the Bengals going to do in the draft? Or what are they thinking post-Dexter Lawrence trade? That's a tease because we have a key member of the Bengals front office coming up today. That's what First Word is going to be. It's going to give you guests that you're not going to get anywhere else, analysis that you're not going to get anywhere else, in a studio environment that, let's be honest, this show should have happened long, long ago. It's something Cincinnati deserves. It's something you deserve. And we couldn't be more excited here at The Crown to give it to you every single day. On today's show, well, there's a ton to get to. From Ellie De La Cruz and his injury to Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic, that he's going to join us at 8:30, to what we're going to get at 10 o'clock with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant GM, going to join us as well. But like I said, you deserve the latest every single morning. That's why First Word exists. That's why we're here. So let's get to it right now. Ellie De La Cruz hurt yesterday. No one wants to see that, but certainly Reds fans don't want to see that. Why? Well, he's their best player. He's their most exciting player. He's why you go to GABP. He's why you're tuning in. And here's the latest on Ellie De La Cruz, what Terry Francona had to say and what JJ Bleday had to say following yesterday's win.
Listed as tightness in the hamstring. Do you know the severity yet?
Yeah, and the reason they said that is he feels like he caught it before it did anything worse. Saying that, we're going to get him scanned at 9 in the morning, and we'll know more.
Guys, take a big kind of pause when Ellie leaves the game because everybody knows how Ellie likes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the heart and soul of this team. You know, when everyone thinks Reds right now, they're thinking Ellie De La Cruz. Hopefully it's nothing serious on that end. So, you know, we just got to hope and pray and see what happens. And regardless, just kind of keep showing up right now and trying to.
Look, everyone's hoping and praying right now. And that's what we're doing here as well. Look, our debut, we do not want to be talking about Elly De La Cruz being hurt. Right. Elly De La Cruz missing time. We're going to hear from Elly in just a second and what he had to say. But he's rounding first. I was instantly thinking triple. When he blasted into the gap, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a triple for Elly De La Cruz. Instead, now we're hoping that he doesn't miss multiple weeks, have to go on the injured list. And we'll obviously keep you up to date throughout the morning. But you hear Terry Francona optimistic, but optimism only goes so far. That scan at 9 a.m. is going to reveal a lot.
Absolutely, it will. And one of my favorite things about watching the Reds since Elly got called up is when a ball gets into the gap, before the camera pans back, how far is he going to be on the base path? Sometimes he's already standing at third. So when the camera panned back on Sunday and he was standing at first base, it was an immediate concern for Reds fans everywhere. And I think one of the interesting things that gave me a little bit of confidence right away is he was immediately taking off all of his protective gear, handing them to the first base coach, seemingly trying to stay in the game. Obviously, that wasn't the case. He was removed with a hamstring injury, but it's not just how good he is on the field, and you could see that defensively as soon as he was subbed out. The Reds, it was very apparent, but it's not just the production, it's everything he does off the field as well. You hear Blade say it right there, the heart of this team, the person everyone thinks of when they think of the Cincinnati Reds, and if the Reds are missing him for a considerable period of time, then it changes the outlook of this team drastically.
It does. The margin for error, it's something you and I have talked about a ton. The margin for error for this Reds team. Well, you lose Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo's been in and out and pitched well yesterday, and we'll get into that, and we'll be able to dive into that. But it's just been one thing after another, and the thing that was been pretty darn consistent is Elly.
Right.
Is Elly at the plate? Is Elly in what he's done in the field so far this year? And so let's take a look here at the play, and it's just he hits this, and I'm literally like, oh, this is 3. Like, he's already halfway through, and I was like, why is he stopping at first? Broadcast goes, oh, Elly's hurt, and I'm like, this isn't good. And look, hamstrings are so unpredictable, and that's why I'm holding my breath here. I wish he would have tweaked his ankle, because it's just much different. Like the soft tissue stuff, he was just starting to open it up, utilize his speed. I think he certainly heard the criticism, not the criticism, but the observations of Elly's not using his speed.
Oh, yeah.
He's been aggressive over the weekend, using his speed, and then as he was probably trying to ramp it up, rounding first, feels it pull. Hopefully it's just some tightness. In my experience, that is very much oh, my hamstring's feeling tight, I'm going to stop here. Usually it's because it pulled, and I do wonder what that scan's going to be.
And Elly's saying all the right things after the game, saying he just felt a little tug, thinks he caught it early enough, and obviously all of that is what you hope for with the hamstring injury. The only way that it can be somewhat of a positive is if you get it really, really early and stop anything from getting worse. Now, hopefully it's just a few games here or there for Elly, and as long as he can return pretty quickly from this injury and get back into the Reds lineup and not have any kind of drop-off in production, stealing a couple off days for Elly De La Cruz at the end of May and the beginning of June with the Reds might help them towards the end of the year. Obviously, a huge caveat that he comes back to full speed and is healthy, but this is a guy that hasn't missed a game in a long time. Third longest consecutive games played streak in the league behind Matt Olson and Pete Alonso at 276. He's not coming out of a game unless there's something to be concerned about, and I think that's something we've without question, learned about him through the first few years of his career. So he needs to get back, but he also needs to have some time off. So if he can get healthy, take care of himself, and then come back to this lineup, it could help the Reds long term.
Yeah, if it's a few days.
Right, of course.
And that's the concern, that's the worry. Elly didn't sound too concerned, but I think it's noteworthy. He used an interpreter after the game. This video courtesy of Mike Petraglia. Everything that Elly had to say in the clubhouse on his injury following the Reds' win on Sunday.
Pronto estemos de vuelta. Well, it's always frustrated. Yes, you're right. I don't like to be out of the game. I mean, but honestly, right now, I don't feel that bad. I feel like, we're going to wait to see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, I would like to see that I can play. I don't know if I'm going to be playing tomorrow. We're going to wait to see what's going on. But, yeah, it's a little frustrating.
Elly, how important was it when you hit the first base bag to realize I'm not going to try and press it, I'm not going to try and do too much and just play it cautious?
¿Qué tan importante crees tú que fue ese momento cuando tú llegaste a primera o antes que llegaste a primera y sentiste lo que sentiste y decidiste tomar la decisión de no seguir porque tú no querías, querías ser precavido?
Claro, bien importante porque Yo sentía que si seguía corriendo se podía poner peor, así que yo decidí pararme por eso.
I think it's a really important thing that happened when I make that decision on my own, because you really feel that if I keep pushing, it could be worse. So I felt that was the right thing to do.
Do you have any soreness right now, or was it just in that moment?
¿Tú tienes algún tipo de dolor o molestia en este momento o nada más fue en
O sea, yo siento como que está apretado ahora, pero no dolor.
I don't have pain, no pain, no soreness. You just feel the tightness at this moment.
If the MRI comes back clean, do you feel like you could be back in there pretty soon?
Sí, la resonancia.
Claro. Yo estoy ready.
Yeah,
Pero vamos a ver qué dice el MRI.
You got that? He said, I'm ready, but let's see what happens with the MRI. I'm always going to be ready. That's good.
That video courtesy of Mike Petraglia in the Reds clubhouse. Look, Ellie De La Cruz is optimistic. Yeah. Athletes are going to be optimistic. That's one. Two, how much is that barking at him today? And even if it is just a slight pull, a slight thing, the Reds are going to be cautious with a guy who is a speedster, right? If you have a receiver that's injured or dealing with a hamstring issue, Jamar Chase, guess what you're going to do? You're going to be like, take a seat, my man. And so I wonder how the Reds handle this. We'll obviously keep you up to date throughout the morning. But that is the story today as we start our debut and open up here on First Word is Ellie De La Cruz and the latest on him.
And he's the quintessential player that you have to protect from themselves. Yeah. We saw it last year, really to a T, with the leg injury at the end of the season that really hampered his production. Saw immense decline in his hitting at the plate after the All-Star break. And the first 60 or so games of this year, he was back to that pre-All-Star break form. So that's the most frustrating thing about this injury is we finally have been seeing Ellie take the steps the fans have been asking him to take the whole time he's been with the Reds. We finally see him hitting from both sides of the plate, and then now obviously the injury in a hamstring is something that tends to linger, so have to be careful with a player that you're going to need in your lineup basically every single day down the stretch if the Reds want to make any kind of push.
Plenty to get to on the first ever edition of First Word, and you might be wondering where Marisa Contipelli is. Well, she's going to talk with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant GM, at 10. You don't want to miss that. But up next, it's time to get caught up on everything you missed while you slept right here on First Word.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, and today we're at the Acres here in Evendale, Ohio. It actually has been around for 70 years and was just redone in 2022. And I'm going to get a golf lesson from the one and only Brett Burchikoff. Brett, get on in here. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
No.
All right, well, you know what? I'm even worse at golf. I did take a golf lesson once when I was 20 years old. I haven't really golfed since that day. All right, so now we're going to take a look around the Acres and see just exactly where we are. There's so much fun stuff to do here.
It's really cool.
So what's great about the Acres is it's a whole family event. They have 16 bays inside, they're open year-round, and 22 bays outside. And then you're going to look over here, we have family fun putt-putt. I'm even worse at putt-putt, okay? First timer, so what do I need to know?
Okay, so kind of three pillars, I like to call them: posture, just like your stance to the ball, kind of your address, the grip of the club, how you grip it, and then your alignment, your aim.
Posture,
grip, and alignment.
Alignment.
PGA.
I did.
PGA.
That's what the PGA means?
No, feet kind of shoulder width apart, maybe a little wider.
All right.
You want to bend at the hips a little bit.
Okay.
And just a good athletic stance. Next is the grip. Easiest way for beginners to learn is
Hold on, do you do this?
I do that. Feet a little wider. The shoes are going to be tough, but
no, these are stable. You ready?
Good swing. Slow shoulder swing.
Swing and a miss.
Got it out there.
Down the first baseline, baby. I really am trying really hard.
There you go.
Look at that!
Dead straight.
You're a great teacher.
Dead straight.
Heck yeah!
Wow.
Jesus. No, so here's the, want me to, yeah, you know, pretty much an expert here now.
Paul Fritchner back here for another Rebound Rundown local update, this time for the Xavier Musketeers under second-year head coach Richard Pitino, turning over some of the roster, but not quite as much as last year in his first season when he basically had to put together an entirely new team. He brings back some faces from this past year's team. Jovan Milicevic, the only one who played. Gabe Pizzato, expected to be a key player on this upcoming season's team. He had a torn meniscus. Kaysen Westphal redshirted as well. Jovan Milicevic, a really crucial star player for Xavier, is back. And then they add a couple of SEC starters in Mike Nwoko, the starting center from LSU, Ruben Dominguez, a sharpshooter from Texas A&M, plus Chance Westry, a point guard from UAB, True Washington, who played for Richard Pitino at New Mexico, then went to Miami, Florida. He is back playing for Richard Pitino, a really talented two-way player. A lot of pieces to be excited about on this Xavier team, and you can stay tuned for all of that and more right here on the Rebound Rundown.
And we're rolling on the first ever edition of First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. She's here. She'll talk with Steve Radicevic, Bengals assistant GM, coming up at 10. And, well, that's a fun story that we will dive into, I promise. But if you're just joining us on our first ever edition of First Word, well, welcome in. We're part of the Crown Network. And if you're watching on YouTube, maybe you're going to see Paul Fritchner in the Rebound Rundown. You're going to see Natalie Jones in the Nat Jones Show. You're going to see some of our different programming. Just a reminder, you can catch us everywhere. Look at that. YouTube, Mixler, Spotify, Apple, Google, stream live, or watch live as well on Spectrum, Alta Fiber, or digital at 19.3. We're proudly on the Rock Entertainment Sports Network. Really, really excited to give Cincinnati a morning sports show, but it's not just morning sports here with the Crown. Plenty coming your way. Business, lifestyle, college hoops, and so much more. But let's dive into what you missed while you slept, and it starts with the Reds losing 2 of 3 over the weekend. They did handle business yesterday, though, so there is that. Sam Moll did hang on, and we'll hear from Sam Moll coming up. But, yeah, the Reds, they find a way to avoid a sweep, stay above 500. That was it. I did not want to be talking about a 500 team during our debut. They get the win. They stay a couple games over 500.
Yeah, certainly a big thing. Playing the best team in baseball at this point, the Atlanta Braves, certainly the hottest lineup, and some players that specifically kill the Reds in Great American Ballpark. Matt Olson, one of the best bats against the Reds of anyone currently active in the majors, and the Reds able to get a win on Sunday. Obviously, it's never nice to lose a series, but I do think avoiding a sweep here is a little bit to take for the Reds. Now, it's hard to take any kind of win from this weekend with Ellie being hurt and losing the series, but it is important to avoid the sweep, and Nick Lodolo looked great, which I think is a huge, huge piece as this rotation moves forward.
Reds 30-28 on the year. They get the 6-4 win, and I got to be honest. My confidence level, when the bases were loaded in the ninth, 6-4, I'm like, all right, so Ellie's hurt, and we're going to hear from Tito in a second. Ellie's hurt. The bases are loaded. My confidence was Ronald Acuna in the outfield. He had zero confidence in the outfield yesterday. It was the worst performance ever. I mean, I think anyone in this studio right now would have been better in the outfield than Acuna was. But to me, the fact that Sam Moll was able to get that, just a huge At least you get the win. We'll see what happens. You still hold your breath for Ellie, but just a huge victory considering what it could mean with 44 down.
Well, and if you told Reds fans a few years ago when they made the trade deadline acquisition of Sam Moll that his first Reds save would come in May of 2026, I think everyone would have been pretty surprised. He was supposed to be a marquee piece of that bullpen back at that trade deadline, but someone's going to have to step up at this point. Lost Pagan almost a month ago at this point. Ashcraft on the 60-day IL over the weekend, which I know we'll get into here in a little bit. Someone's going to have to take the reins of the high leverage piece in that bullpen. A lot of us Reds fans thought it would be Tony Santillan early this season, but he has not looked the same over the last month and a half. So someone's going to have to slide into that role, and I think the best way the Reds can find success in the back end of that bullpen while they're still waiting to get healthy is to play the matchups. And we talked about this when Pagan went down, but to go with a lefty in Moll that doesn't usually pitch in those save situations because it was the matchup that best played the hitter at the plate, I think is the way the Reds can find some success, because they don't have many overpowering relievers in that bullpen right now. At least those relievers that are supposed to be in that role aren't pitching to their full potential. So other people are going to have to step up, and maybe you just don't have a closer for the next few weeks.
Yeah, so that's one of the many storylines. Obviously, Ellie De La Cruz is going to dominate what happens over the next couple of hours. We'll keep you up to date. He's set to get a scan later this morning. Here's what Terry Francona had to say.
Listed as tightness in the hamstring. Do you know the severity yet?
Yeah, and the reason they said that is he feels like he caught it before it did anything worse. Saying that, we're going to get him scanned at 9 in the morning, and we'll know more.
Right here. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Can you cross your toes? Do it.
They're crossed.
Cross the toes, cross the arms, do everything, because, look, the Reds would be in deep bleep.
Yes.
Deep bleep if Ellie De La Cruz is missing significant time. It's the fact of the matter. There aren't many guys that they can deal with missing outside of what they're already dealt with from an injury standpoint, and Ellie De La Cruz is the most important. I mean, it's him and Chase Burns that have been the beacon of consistency for this team so far this season. You need Ellie to be okay. Like, if he misses a week, fine. You can survive a week. 6 weeks? Going to be tough.
Well, I think the interesting thing about this for the Reds right now is they've never had to experience life without Ellie so far. 98 games in 2023, and he didn't come up till late June. 160 in 24 and 162 in 2025. So Ellie De La Cruz has not missed time, much less any kind of significant time over all 3 years that he's been in the majors. So this is a completely new battle for the Reds to fight here, trying to figure out how to put a lineup together on the field that can win professional baseball games without Ellie De La Cruz in it.
And you mentioned the bullpen and Graham Ashcraft going on the 60-day injured list. This was a surprise.
Yeah.
And it gets buried because it's been a few days, but man, oh man, the Reds bullpen really reeling. And they bring up Marte from AAA, and not the Marte you're thinking of, not Novi Marte. And it didn't go well in his debut.
No, not at all. And I think the big thing with Ashcraft is he was one of the few arms left in that bullpen that could really be trusted on a night-in, night-out basis. And even with him, it wasn't great all the time. And I think that's more of a commentary on where the Reds bullpen is at this point. But without him, it leaves so many questions in the back end of that bullpen, and the Reds are going to have to get healthy. I don't know how many prospects are coming. There's not a lot of arms in the system here to call up and fill that bullpen, so it could be an uphill battle for the Reds. I hope that they're on the phones trying to make some kind of addition, because they've scratched and clawed to really, surprisingly at this point in the season, having a lineup that can win games. So to punt that away at this point with a bullpen that can't get outs at the back end of a game seems like a foolish thing to do. So bide time till Ellie can get back. There should be calls being made to make additions to this bullpen, because right now this bullpen that's on the Reds lineup or on the Reds roster at the moment is not good enough to get the Reds to the playoffs. They're going to have to make some additions or get healthy and have some more pieces added to it.
Yeah, we will see what the Reds do. Obviously, we're on Ellie De La Cruz watch all morning long. Speaking of baseball, my University of Cincinnati Bearcats, well, they fell in Starkville, lost 2 of 3. Pain. But it was a successful season again, back-to-back regional appearances. Love that. Love where the program is headed. But, man, I was hoping they would get out of Starkville.
Yeah, I was too. Certainly root for him. Bishop's done a phenomenal job with that program since he's taken over back-to-back NCAA regionals for the first time in program history, and doing it in the Big 12 in just your first few seasons there. So obviously a huge step for that program, and continuing to grow with him at the helm. Some of the best players in program history on the team this year, and headed to the draft potentially. Jack Natale, a borderline first-round pick. Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Unfortunate. I was hoping to be talking about a victory Monday here for the University of Cincinnati Bearcats. Speaking of the Bearcats, the Crosstown Shootout, well, the date is set. It's UC, it's Xavier, and it's December 5th. And look, it's always going to be in December. I'm always going to say this, and it's never going to happen. I want it after conference play. I want it when these teams are really rolling and people are really paying attention to college hoops fully, and not just Paul Fritchner's rebound rundown, but everybody's in by the time it is. And so like January 5th, February 2nd, it's never going to happen, but that's what I want. But yeah, December 5th, Fifth Third Arena, the first Jared Calhoun Crosstown Shootout as head coach of the Bearcats.
Mark it down. I'm sure the whole city marked off December 5th on the calendar when this tweet came out. I mean, obviously looking forward to it. Always one of the most fun games of the year. And Calhoun's first shot as the coach at Xavier. Hopefully they can get it done. Yeah,
hopefully they can. And hopefully we get a really good NBA Finals. We know that the NBA Finals, well, could be huge. It's a rematch of an NBA Finals that I hold in really, really high regard. The 1999 Finals, it was Knicks, it was Spurs. And I got to be honest, I was a bit surprised with the way SGA played. If you would have told me Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played the way he did, I thought the Spurs were going to lose in Game 7 because he showed up, but the Thunder didn't. The Spurs controlled most of that game. It never really felt like they were going to lose. Victor Wembanyama headed to the NBA Finals.
If SGA had help from any of the other max contracts on the team, the Thunder would probably be playing in the finals in a couple weeks. But Chet Holmgren, 1 for 2 from the field, his only make in the game in the first minute and a half of the game. And then obviously Jalen Williams out with a hamstring injury. So SGA, obviously a great supporting cast in Oklahoma City, but SGA, the only star, asked to do it himself. And he got close, but not enough with the Spurs. They're a really good team. And when these guards are playing together and playing good ball, Fox, Castle, and Harper, they're really hard to beat. Game 1 and Game 2, when Fox was out, Castle had 20 turnovers as the primary ball handler. They didn't have 20 turnovers in the next 5 games from their primary ball handler. De'Aaron Fox really changed the course of this series, being the point guard and playing sound basketball for the Spurs. I love this finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think Thunder-Knicks would have been not as fun. I think everyone would have kind of rooted for the Knicks in that one. This will split it down the line a little bit more. Wemby has a chance to truly arrive in his first playoff run.
Yeah, Wemby, insane. He's just so dominant, and you see that. Like that three. This is when the Thunder felt like they were going to make their push, and the Spurs just kept answering and kept answering. And this right here, it's it. You go up 11 with 8 minutes to go, and you're right about the guards. Everybody's going to talk about Wemby, but when you have Dylan Harper, you have Castle, you have Fox. And Fox is the one, if his ankle can get right, man, they just have so many different guys.
This was the play of the game.
And meanwhile, yeah, you have a guy in Chet Holmgren who's going to get crushed, and rightfully so. That's one, or he's going to get crushed, but yeah, you're right. That was a heck of a block there. That could have changed the game. If you're Hartenstein, I don't know. I like that he went up strong. You just can't get blocked there.
No.
Put it that way.
No, cuts into a 4-point game. If he can make that, you think without Wemby in the game, you probably let your guard down a little bit around the rim.
Two hands.
Luke Cornett gets it done.
I'm going poster. And he kind of did.
Yeah.
But two-hand poster. I like that he went up strong. Nice play by Cornett there. Obviously, Wemby loved it. But for me, like, everyone's going to talk about Chet. Fine. We'll see. Get in the gym. We'll see how he responds. Can this Knicks team? They've been historically great. This Knicks team has been historically great. Spurs heavy favorites.
Yeah.
Everyone expecting the Spurs to win. And so that's what I think is going to be interesting here. You have the long layoff for the Knicks. They're well rested. They can throw everything at the Spurs. The Spurs have gone through it a bit. They've had some wars. It's going to be a fun finals.
Rematch of the NBA Cup from earlier this year. Knicks trying to go for 2 championships.
You know
Spurs
what they say.
trying to get revenge.
The NBA Cup is a big deal.
They do say that.
That's what they say. No one says that.
Well, that's what I said when LeBron won.
Of course you did. By the way, spoiler, big LeBron guy over here. So that'll be certainly a theme when we talk NBA. Where's LeBron right now?
On his way back to Cleveland, hopefully.
Cancun. Is he?
I hope.
You want him in Indiana. You're a Pacers fan.
I do want him in Indiana.
You're a Pacers fan. Don't vouch for Marisa. Marisa Contipelli. Full thing. Everything's fine with Marisa. She's on vacation. It timed out very poorly. We're going to be very upfront with what it is from that standpoint. The good news is you're going to hear from Marisa all week long. She'll talk with Bengals assistant GM Steve Radicevic coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern right here on First Word. Up next, let's continue the conversation with some Reds conversation. Bengals coming your way as well. We're just getting started here on a Monday edition of First Word. I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. Joe Burrow is undoubtedly one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. We know that. He knows that. But can he be the best? Well, earlier this offseason, he said he wanted to throw for 48 touchdowns, that it was doable. If he hits that mark, it would give him 205 in his career, which would be #1 all-time, passing Andy Dalton in Bengals history. And that mark is one thing, but becoming the best on the planet is another. And Joe Burrow, for my money, has the chance, has the potential, has the ability to be the best quarterback on the planet, and it's up to him to show it this year. Is 48 touchdowns doable? Absolutely. How about the NFL all-time single-season record at 55 that Peyton Manning set way back in 2013? Joey B, let's see you get that done. For more on the Bengals, make sure you check out First Word every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones. Just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
It's time for another Tissot's Take here on First Word, and the Reds have gotten incredibly lucky with one of the best young players in baseball. Elly De La Cruz playing shortstop every day here in Cincinnati is a sight to behold. One of the most exciting players in baseball, and this year he has taken the step from the what can he be to the what is he, and what he is a superstar. Elly De La Cruz is one of the best players in all of baseball. He does things that other stars only dream of. Throws a ball 100 miles an hour from shortstop to first, hits a ball 450 feet halfway up the right field bleachers. Elly De La Cruz is a marvel to watch on the baseball diamond, and there's not many built like him. This is a player that the Reds have no dream of signing in free agency on the open market. Have to get stars like this through the minors, and they did so with Elly De La Cruz coming up, and he is performing this year. You're watching First Word on the Crown Network. Stay tuned till 11 a.m. for more on the Reds and Bengals.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Welcome back to First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown. Coming up at 8:35, a special guest, Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic. I'm going to ask him all things wide receiver, all things offense, all things weapons. I'm going to ignore the defense. You know why? Because offense wins championships. That's why. No, we're going to talk all things Bengals with Paul Dehner Jr. coming up. I'm excited about that.
I would say, I assume most people have questions about the Bengals offense going into this year. That's what they
Can Joe
want to
still
talk about.
throw? Can Joe still throw with the tiny hands? I think that's a big question.
Tiny hands. It's been a while since I've heard about the tiny hands.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It is. What is believable is that the Reds, well, they needed a win yesterday, and they found a way to get a win. And while we wait the Elly De La Cruz news, and we'll continue to cover that throughout the show, the Reds got a victory, improved to 30-28 on the season, avoided the sweep. I didn't want to break out the Atlanta brooms. Didn't want to have to do that. And they did it by jumping on Atlanta, taking advantage of some miscues in the outfield by Ronald Acuna. I always say his name wrong. Acuna, who's one of the best players in baseball. It was like laughable how bad he was in the outfield. But here we go. J.J. Bleday knocks in Elly. Elly clearly getting that speed going. Man, I hope his hamstring is okay. And Mr. J.J. All Day Bleday gave the Reds a real shot here to jump on Atlanta, control the game, and avoid the sweep at GABP.
Yeah, and huge to avoid the sweep for the Reds this weekend. Obviously, never nice to lose a series, but when the Braves are coming to town, you're going to be big-time dogs in all three games, especially with the pitching rotation the Reds were throwing this weekend. So it was great to see Lodolo take a big step, but you mentioned it right there, J.J. Bleday. What a player he's been for the Reds since his call-up from AAA in the middle of April this year. He is the fourth best bat in the majors based on home runs in the last month. He's up there in OPS as well. He's top 3 in OPS among all outfielders since his call-up date. This is a guy that we were hoping maybe can be an everyday bat for the Reds, compete for, a no-doubt spot in the outfield. Now we're talking about maybe being an all-star outfielder. This guy was a former top 5 pick, and he's playing like it this year. And there's another one that the Reds are going to need to come back to true form. Eugenio Suarez with a home run yesterday, and that's what the Reds are going to need, especially if Elly's going to miss significant time. You brought Suarez in to be that second, no-doubt bat in the lineup. He's going to have to start playing like it if 44 is not going to be out there.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, they needed it 44 is going to be out there.
Sure.
I mean, that was the first thing I thought when he hit the home run, and I was like, please be that guy. Please be the dude that everyone got excited about. And look, the oblique, hopefully it's done.
Right.
That's the scary thing. You talk about an oblique injury, will that linger? You look at the standings there, and it is competitive. I mean, being above 500 and sitting in last place stinks. That is a really tough spot. Look at those other teams in last place. The Reds aren't the Marlins. The Reds aren't the Mets. The Reds aren't the Giants or the Rockies. And so, yeah, it is tough to see that. It's a competitive Central. We knew the Brewers would be right there. We know what the Cubs can be. So, yeah, the Reds, they needed a win. They got it. Now, you cross your fingers and your toes. 1, that Elly De La Cruz is okay. 2, that this bullpen can find a way. I think one of the big storylines, though, that's going to get buried because of the bullpen, because of De La Cruz, is what Nick Lodolo did.
For sure.
And they needed him. We talked about this last week when we were getting ready for our first show, and just talking about the Reds and the weekend, how important Sunday was for Nick Lodolo. Well, he went out there, he pitched well, and he showed everyone, hey, against a great lineup like Atlanta, not only can I hold my own, but I can be the Nick Lodolo you remember. They need that no matter what happens with Elly, no matter what Suarez is doing, they need Lodolo to be consistent in that rotation.
Yeah, obviously they go hand in hand, but even more important than the production for me is the length. Being able to go nearly 7 innings in the game. We talk about how questionable this Reds bullpen is at times right now, and that's going to fall more on the starting pitching as we go through this summer, because if the starting pitching is going to go 5 innings a game, then it's going to put more and more weight on this bullpen that they seemingly can't handle, at least so far this month. So Nick Lodolo over his last couple of starts going 6 2/3. The first 3 after returning from the IL weren't pretty, but certainly looks like he's getting back to form over these last 2, and it's something the Reds need as they cannot get healthy in the pitching department. Hunter Green's going to come back at some point this summer. Chase Burns has been a star. Andrew Abbott over the last month has turned back into the all-star that we saw last year on the bump for the Reds. So if Lodolo can get back to form, maybe this rotation can be as much of a strength as we all thought it would be in the preseason, and it can make up for some of the shortcomings in the bullpen and maybe in the lineup as well.
Yeah, we will continue to monitor that. Sam Maul came in clutch. I got to be honest, what was your confidence level? And we're going to be a big 1 to 10 show. Confidence level, rate, do all of these things with 1 to 10. 1 to 10 in Sam Maul when the bases were loaded, because I got to be honest with you, and it really doesn't have anything to do with Sam. It just would have been the cherry on top of the Elly hurt Reds possibly get swept Sunday. When the bases were loaded in the ninth, I was not feeling good.
Oh, horrible.
I was at like a 3.
I had almost no confidence.
3 to a 5. So I was higher than you.
Yeah, I think I was at like a 2, 1 or 2. They had 2 outs. That's great. The bases were loaded. Matt Olson was at the plate. Matt Olson's hitting .307 with 11 home runs and 24 RBIs in 30 games against the Reds in his career. If there was anyone else at the plate, I think my confidence would have gotten a little higher.
Yeah.
But that's the absolute nightmare when you hear the Braves are coming to town. You have Olson at the plate, bases loaded to sweep the series, and Mole gets it done. A huge, huge win for the Reds, and huge for Mole as well, as he's going to be the lefty that they're relying on in the back end of that bullpen now.
Here's what Mole had to say to Jim Day after he got the big out and secured the victory for the Reds.
Take us into that bullpen. Obviously, you guys are dealing with some injuries right now, and it's next man up mentality, correct?
It is, and just like another one today, I think we have like 7 or 8 guys with a save already. And obviously, you know, we want Tony to go out there and do his thing. But you know, we're all here and got each other's backs. And yeah, you know, different names there, but we're all trying to compete.
You ready for more high leverage situations? Because everyone's got to be bumped up that rung. Are you ready for more?
Well, I'm old enough, so I feel like I've been in every scenario that's kind of been imaginable. But you know, yeah, it's a little bit easier. Not easy. Big league's not easy. But when you're as old as I am and have just experienced everything, you know, you're probably not put in a situation that's that you're not used to.
The Reds really need guys like a Sam Mole to step up now.
Yeah.
It's where they're at, and one of the other guys that have stepped up is J.J. Bleday and how much he's helped, and we're going to hear from him in a second. And that's it. That's the challenge. When you have Hunter Green go down, well, Chase Burns slides in, and suddenly he is performing at a really, really high level. Nick Lodolo goes down. Well, over the past month, Andrew Abbott has been that guy and has helped. They need that to continue for the rotation. In the bullpen, what would it mean if Sam Mole could be that guy and be a steadying presence, a steadying lefty? Got to have it, need it. We'll see if he can do it. But he did get it done. It was scary, but he got it done against one of the best lineups in baseball.
For sure. And 8 players in the Reds bullpen now with a save this year. And I would expect that number maybe not to grow, because I don't know how many more options you'd have. Right. It's really shocking. 6 of the 8 with just 1.
Sure.
So, I mean, obviously just passing it around a little bit since Pagan went down. But I would expect that those 8 to continue to have chances to save games. I don't think that you're moving to Sam Mole now because of 1 game. I don't think you've seen enough out of really anyone in that bullpen to take the reins there. You got to go matchup based. You got to go with the pitcher you believe in the most in every given situation to save ball games. And the Reds just have to find a way to win. And that's kind of been the theme throughout the season so far. And sadly, they haven't been able to get healthy. They haven't been able to get rid of a lot of the built-in excuses, if you will, of having to battle through injuries and everything else. But this lineup was never foolproof before the season, even if everyone was playing every day. And now they've had injuries to the rotation, which was supposed to be the strength of this team. They've had pitchers in the bullpen that they spent a lot of money on this offseason not pitch up to expectation. And then the lineup has actually been one of the best surprises of the year so far, with Lowe and Bleday, 2 really bottom of the barrel free agent additions turning into great everyday players. So, I mean, the Reds just have to find a way to stay afloat while they wait to get healthy here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And part of that is guys stepping up. A guy that needs to continue to be all the way stepped up, especially if Ellie misses time, is J.J. All-Day Bleday. He was big for the Reds on Sunday. Here's what he had to say after the game.
You've kept your numbers up since you made your debut here. Do you feel like you're in a pretty good spot now with a bunch of at-bats under you?
Yeah, I feel good right now. You know, there's going to be ups and downs throughout the course of the season, but can't really chase results. You know, I try to just win each pitch, you know, and show up and with a different mindset every day, and not try to get too far out of myself. So just trying to win each pitches and yeah, just kind of let it happen.
You guys obviously had a tough month of May, up and down. Started down, got up a little bit. How do you feel about where the team is and where it's positioned right now, 2 months into the season?
You know, I think we're good. We've had some injuries and whatnot, so hopefully we can get on top of those and they don't impact us too much further. But you know, we got guys coming back from a starting pitching standpoint. So if we can just kind of keep our head down and keep doing what we're doing and trust in the process, you know, it's going to be. We still got a lot of baseball to be played, but I like where we are right now.
I don't want to know where the Reds will be without J.J. Bleday. The good news is we don't have to know right now. He's just been so consistent, someone that an under-the-radar flyer signing that you're like, well, maybe he could matter, maybe. He's been a huge part of this Reds team for the first couple of months plus of the season, and they are going to need him to continue to be this. They need him to be all-day Blade. So far, so good. Big on Sunday, it needs to continue.
J.J. Bleday was really brought in here as an option against lefties in the outfield. That was the plan when they brought him in. In 2025, when he was with the Athletics before getting DFA'd and then eventually signed by the Reds, he hit .325 against lefties, only 180 against righties. Now, I think the biggest thing in 2026 that has changed the Bleday conversation is that he's carved out an everyday role. .333 against lefties, .291 against righties. Not just to step up to be playable, but beyond that, he's good against right-handed pitching, which I think is as much as you could possibly ask for a signing of his caliber in the offseason. I don't even think the biggest J.J. Bleday fans this offseason thought he'd be an everyday player this early in his Reds tenure. He's been absolutely awesome and exactly what Reds fans have kind of been clamoring for the last few years, a meaningful corner and outfield bat to be added in the offseason. Now, when the signing was made, I guess a lot of people didn't think that was the answer, but he's certainly turned into that so far and deserves to be in the outfield every single day, and he continues to prove it.
It was an interesting flyer.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, that's interesting. May matter, may not. But he has mattered in a major way. They need him to continue. And I do think it is worth noting, just because, under team control for the next few years.
Absolutely.
Which, definitely worth noting. It's not like he's going to be a free agent this offseason. So hopefully he crushes it and then becomes a mainstay of this Reds outfield.
Yeah, no, that would certainly be the goal. And
fingers crossed for that, too.
These are the types of flyers that the Reds should be all over every single offseason. The former top pick that hasn't quite lived up to expectation, but the underlying metrics show that he's still a really good player with extra years of arbitration at the end. The J.J. Bledays of every single offseason should have a call from the Cincinnati Reds, because that's how the Reds can find success. You're not going to get the top of the market free agents every year, or any year for that matter. So you have to be able to find stars in places other teams might not be looking, and a lot of times that's the discarded former first-round picks.
We are just getting started here on First Word. Coming up at 8:35, Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic. We'll talk Bengals then. Coming up at 10, Marisa goes one-on-one with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant general manager. Up next, we will talk a little Bengals here as we're just getting started. Welcome into First Word with you till 11, right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new shit around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Another rebound rundown update, this time for the Cincinnati Bearcats under first-year head coach Jared Calhoun coming over to Clifton from Utah State. And Jared Calhoun having to put together an entirely new roster this year for Cincinnati. Not a single returning player from last year's Bearcat team. Tylen Riley, the headline piece for this roster, a transfer in from Tulsa, the point guard of this group. Miles Colvin, a transfer from Wake Forest, somebody who has national championship game experience from his time at Purdue in that game against UConn. Tyler Tejada out of the CAA from Towson. Riley Allensbach from George Mason. Travion Carson, Jaden Hastings. Eric Mahaffey, the local product from Moeller. Spent his first year at Akron, now finds his way down to UC, plus 3 players who already have experience in Jared Calhoun's system from Utah State. That is a fantastic balance. You have to have a group that has played for your head coach before. Jared Calhoun has that. Much more coverage of the Bearcats on the Rebound Rundown. Stay tuned.
I'm Jacob Tissot, and it's time for another Tissot's Take. The Reds took Chase Burns with the 2nd overall pick in the draft just a couple of years ago, and so far in his first full major league season, he's been one of the best pitchers in the National League. A fastball that can touch the triple digits, and it's not even his best pitch, one of the most dominant sliders in baseball. Burns has had a successful ERA, one of the lowest in the league so far, coupled with a top 10 whip in baseball for starting pitchers. He has been dominant on the mound with elite strikeout stuff, struggled a little bit with the walks, but has been able to reel that back in over his last few starts, and seriously looks like one of the best pitchers in baseball at only 23 years old. The sky's the limit for Chase Burns, and that's what you're hoping for if you're the Cincinnati Reds, taking a college pitcher second overall in the draft. I'm Jacob Tissot, and you're watching First Word. Stay tuned till 11 a.m. for more on the Reds and Bengals.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Let's keep it rolling on the first ever edition of First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Vacation Contipelli. It begins. First hour.
I was going to say, you've done a really good job.
I've done a really good job, but Marisa Contipelli, big part of the show, on vacation this week. She will talk with Bengals assistant general manager Steve Radicevic coming up at 10. We also have Contipelli's Countdown, so she'll be part of the show today. But she also has her feet up somewhere right now as she's watching us on our debut. Look at that.
She probably doesn't have her feet up. Knowing Marisa, she's hiking or doing something
Oh, no,
wild.
no. Feet up is exactly how I'm going to put it because
Fair
she's
enough.
not here on launch day. And so, guess what? We're going to paint the picture regardless of what reality
Fair
is.
enough.
She might be hiking. She is hiking. Not going to put that picture out into the universe. Ms. Marisa, relax a lot. All right? That's what we're going to call her.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Off the cuff. That's pretty good.
I just said you were doing so well,
I know.
too. And
just
thrown it all away.
Threw it all away.
Thrown it all away.
I made sure I was like, you're going on vacation. We're going to give you a hard time. Let's dive into today's poll question, and it's our first Cincinnati Bengals segment of the show. Who would have thought?
Yeah, who
would have thought that we wait until the end of the first hour to talk Bengals? Paul Dehner Jr. going to join us in just over 30 minutes. And look, the Bengals are favored in 15 of 17 games in 2026. Is that too high, too low, or just right? 54.8% of you say it is too high. 39.1% of you say just right. 6.1% of you say it's way too low. Jacob, your thoughts, your reaction to these results?
I'm surprised with the 40% just right. That's where I land in the just right category. And I think the big difference here, at least with a lot of the responses that I did see, was that people are saying 15 wins is way too much for this team. They're not saying they're going to win 15 games. They're just favored in 15 games. And looking at the Bengals' schedule here, you can't say that there's upsets every single year. And you're not going to win every single game you're favored in. I'm looking at the schedule here. I can't spin many of these games to justify in the preseason that the Bengals should be underdogs to these teams. So
handicapper Jacob is here. Go ahead, keep it going.
No, I mean you're underdogs at Houston and at Baltimore, and both of those make a ton of sense to me and would be the expectation. I don't think you're putting the Bengals as underdogs at home unless it would be to Kansas City. That's only a 1.5 point spread so far, so you're just giving them the nudge of home field advantage. And then none of the other road games really scare me too much in terms of being a preseason underdog. Some of these spreads are very close, and that makes sense, but this Bengals team is a Super Bowl contender this year. They're not playing a ton of Super Bowl contenders on this roster. They should be favored in most of their games.
We have plenty of time to dive into the schedule game, and we will. Jacob will do it. I will do it. Marisa will do it here as we get going here on First Word. I think it's interesting because you're right. People do view it as favored in 15 of 17. That means they should win 15 of 17. No, I get that logic and why some people would lean too high. But being favored in 15, should mean that, hey, you're one of the 2 or 3 teams in the AFC. Well, they're not. Like, you look at their AFC odds, and they're lower than that. They're around that playoff spot. There's 7 playoff teams in the AFC. They're in that 7-8 range for odds to win the AFC. And so I think that's interesting. And a lot of the lines are based on Burrow's health. Yep. The per-game odds, you can base them on Burrow being healthy for the full year because you can adjust them on the fly. And I think that that's a big part of it. You look at some of these props and season-long odds, and it's like 30 touchdowns. If he's healthy, he's going to throw for 45 touchdowns, right? Minimum. No, if you ask him, even more.
Right, you're 100% right. And I think that's the biggest thing here that just goes to emphasize what we've been talking about a lot, that a lot of those player props and fantasy projections and everything for Burrow are baking in the injuries. Even the Bengals team odds are baking in the injuries. And with these, you have to do the roster that's healthy right now. And like you said, you can edit these on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the week before. So this 16-game schedule or 17-game schedule will have Burrow healthy for it, and it tells you where they think the Bengals are with him healthy, and that's one of the best teams in football.
He's Jacob Tissot. I'm James Rapien. Up next, we'll dive into the Reds and just getting started here on the first ever edition of First Word. Paul Dehner Jr. coming up at 8:35. We'll keep it rolling next right here on The Crown.
She is the founder and creator of the Dance Mix Foundation. This is the first inaugural Kids Dance Day. Tell us what you've done.
So we've been in 9 schools over Greater Cincinnati that we have been teaching a dance to over the last 3 weeks. They've practiced and now they're coming together to perform and then see other arts experience. Cincinnati Ballet, Art Museum, Playhouse in the Park. So they're gonna have a great day.
Shoot. Let's go.
You stepped aside with a vibe I ain't never seen. Yes, you did.
This is so cool! This is so much fun!
It would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart if I find out you ain't You better show me now, show me now, show me now. 'Cause when I take it to the floor, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Hey, Mr. DJ.
Oh, you guys are doing a great job. Whoa! Why did you want to start this and do this?
Our mission is health, happiness, connection, but really about arts access as well and inclusion.
Nice job! Nice job! Hey! Hey, your shoelaces are untied. Your shoelaces are untied. You don't know how to tie it? Can I do it? All right, cool. All right, I'll teach you. What's your name? Tayden. Tayden, have you been having fun today? Yeah. Now he's good to go. That was making me so nervous. 1, 2, 3, dance miss! Great job today. Great job today.
Back for another Rebound Rundown local update, and this time we're going to head down to Lexington to talk about the Kentucky Wildcats, who I'm sure you've heard by now have really struggled in the transfer portal this season, plus on the recruiting trail. They have whiffed on a lot of their high-profile targets, but they've assembled a roster that I think is at least better than the national narrative has, I think, surrounded this team over the last month or so. But you take a look here at what Kentucky is bringing back and what they have added to their team. Zoom Diallo and Alex Wilkins, a couple of high-profile guards that are coming to Lexington. Frank Kepnang as well on the interior, but Malachi Moreno, that is the big name. He withdrew from the NBA draft, and he is back to Kentucky this upcoming season, expected to be one of the best interior players in the entire country. A huge get for Mark Pope. And again, Mark Pope, Big Blue Nation, you know that their expectations are high no matter what. Stay tuned for more about Kentucky on the Rebound Rundown.
Welcome into First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot, Marisa Contipelli. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11. That's always open right here on the Crown. There's the first time. The first time I drop that line, it won't be the last. And if you're looking for us, well, you can check us out on RESN. You can check us out on YouTube. You can check us out on X live streaming. And if you want to listen live, we are also on Mixlr. And I think that's one to be clear. You could take us with you on the go, listen on the fly, listen live every single day on Mixlr. Also, wherever you get your podcasts. And it is a debut show here. Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic coming up in 30 minutes. Bengals assistant GM Steve Radicevic coming up today at 10, one-on-one in studio with Marisa Contipelli. So I can't wait for that. Plenty of great stuff that you're going to get on the Bengals in that interview and coming up with Paul. But let's dive into the Reds. And obviously the story of the day, the story going into last night was Elly De La Cruz and that hamstring. He suffered a hamstring injury in the fifth inning of the Reds' 6-4 victory over the Atlanta Braves. And it's tough because this is just lingering, Jacob. Right. They won. They're 30-28. They avoid the sweep. And Elly De La Cruz is hurt. Will undergo an MRI later today. But really, really tough to have this lingering over GABP.
Yeah, I'm still not sure that I've exhaled since Sunday, just waiting on a legitimate update on Elly De La Cruz. Now, everything that's come out so far, Francona, from Elly himself, seems positive. Seems like they seem to think that they caught it early and nothing's going to be too serious. But obviously, with a soft tissue injury like the hamstring, you never know. And with a player like Elly, it's an even bigger conversation because he uses his speed so much to his advantage playing the game of baseball. So you need him to be back to 100% before he gets back, and you know he's going to be pushing to get back as soon as possible.
Here's what Terry Francona and JJ Bleday had to say. One, Francona, the injury update. Two, Bleday on what Elly means to the Cincinnati Reds.
Listed as tightness in the hamstring. Do you know the severity yet?
Yeah, and the reason they said that is he feels like he caught it before it did anything worse. Saying that, we're going to get him scanned at 9 in the morning, and we'll know more.
You guys take a big kind of pause when Elly leaves the game because everybody knows how Elly likes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the heart and soul of this team. You know, when everyone thinks Reds right now, they're thinking Elly De La Cruz. Hopefully it's nothing serious on that end. So, you know, we just got to hope and pray and see what happens. And regardless, just kind of keep showing up right now and trying to win ball games.
JJ, hope and pray. Do whatever you need to do to make sure that Elly De La Cruz is okay. I mean, this is the story. You heard Terry Francona. He's going to undergo a scan around 9. Mm-hmm. Hopefully we find out something before we're off air today at 11 with you every day, 7 to 11 here on First Word. So we'll see. If so, we'll obviously cover it. If not, we'll have it on tomorrow's show. But this is... Man, it's big of a storyline as you can have from a health standpoint. Hamstrings are scary. They linger. It also may just be tightness. And let's take the optimistic side for now. At least that's what the Reds are doing. Got to be honest, though, my man, I'm nervous.
Yeah, no, I certainly am, too. But if we are going to take that optimistic angle that they caught it early and it's not going to be anything serious for Elly, and when he is able to return, he'll be able to return to 100% without any real bumps in the road, then I think this can be a positive for the Reds. Elly has played every game so far this year. He played all 162 last year. He was going to need off days at some point. If he's going to be completely healthy, if this is precautionary more than anything else, and he can come back in a week or 10 days or so, I think that he can come back to an even better form and be back to the peak later in the season and not have the fall off that we saw at the end of last season.
Here's what I want. Whenever he comes back, and this was the same with Suarez, this will be my logic, especially during a 162-game season. It's going to be the same with Hunter Green. When Elly comes back, I need him to be Elly.
Yeah.
And if he's not going to be Elly and he's going to be 57% and not be able to really turn it all the way up from a running the bases standpoint, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to deal with. And it brings us to the next question now. What do the Reds do? Is it time to call up Edwin Arroyo? What do they do today? And I would be stunned if Elly De La Cruz played today. I would pencil in that he's not going to play today. What do they do at shortstop, both short and long term? Obviously, Edwin Arroyo is a big piece of their minor league system, a key prospect, someone that's playing well. Naturally, I would look there, and maybe that's who they're going to go with here as they look to potentially find a replacement at shortstop or someone that could fill that gap if Ellie De La Cruz misses time.
I think this is the silver lining most Reds fans ran to right away. I mean, we've been clamoring for Edwin Arroyo to be called up to the big league club for quite some time now, and obviously this is not the way you want it to happen, but it seems like a no-brainer move at this point to get Arroyo up with the club. Now, Arroyo can play all three positions on that side of the infield, third, short, and then he has some time at second as well this year. So the versatility will allow you to play him every day, even if it's not necessarily at the same position. I think the easiest answer for the Reds at shortstop is Matt McLain. He's played it enough at the big league level that you have some trust there defensively for him at shortstop. But the bat has been a major struggle for him throughout this season and last season, really ever since that rotator cuff surgery. So I don't know how confident you are sharpieing Matt McLain in your lineup every day. He certainly wasn't an everyday player for the last few weeks when Ellie was healthy. I do think one of the interesting discussions is how good Steer has looked at second. He looked great yesterday, made some phenomenal plays, and Lowe has looked good at first. So maybe Arroyo is your shortstop, Steer can play second, and Lowe can play first on a relatively daily basis.
I just looked up Matt McLain because, one, was given the day off yesterday.
Yeah.
He's working on things with Chris Valleca. Two, his batting average is 196, which sounds like a sale at Walmart, not a batting average. Like it sounds right. 196, get this.
It's not good.
If that's the plan, that's not a good plan. And that won't hold it down. And so if you're rolling with Matt McLain, that's going to be tough. Now, does he have the pedigree? Sure. Has he shown it? Years ago.
Right.
It's been so long
that
now.
That S on years is killing too, because we all thought this year, after the shoulder surgery, he was going to be back to 2023.
After the year after is crazy.
And we're still here.
And we're still here. And so that's why Arroyo, it is time. Edwin Arroyo, it's time. The platoon is interesting, though, because I get it. You don't want to overwhelm Arroyo. You want to set him up for success. And I think you mentioned the key point. The fact that you can have Steer, you can lean on him. It helps. It helps bring some stability as you figure out, all right, well, where does Arroyo plug in? Well, Steer can play second if you need him to.
Absolutely, and I think somewhat, I'm always going to try to squeeze Noelvin Marte into the conversation if I can, and I think a piece of this conversation that gets overlooked is Noelvin Marte, because obviously Edwin Arroyo is the name you go to right away. He plays the same position as Ellie. You can plug him into the middle infield without a thought, and he's one of the Reds' top prospects. So obviously everyone thinks of him, and I did too, but I think calling up Noelvin Marte changes things a little bit with this as well, because we just mentioned Spencer Steer, who's been good at second, who was a Gold Glove finalist at first last year and played third base some as well. Having the versatility for Spencer Steer to play the infield, which is his better defensive position, all three he's better at defensively than the outfield, I think is really an option the Reds should take a look at right now. And Noelvin Marte's played center field a lot in AAA, obviously a right fielder when he was up with the big league club to start this season. So having another bat in the outfield that you can play on a daily basis that's not TJ Friedl or Will Benson can move Steer to the infield and have more versatility across the infield if Arroyo is the answer. So I would think the Reds should call up both of their prospects that are killing it in AAA to answer the Ellie question.
You will never meet a bigger Noelvin Marte fan than Jacob Tissot. So get to know him. You could call him Jacob Marte if you want to. I'm fine with that nickname. It's probably better than any nickname I would give you. I hope you're right. I hope he can help. And I hope Arroyo can help too. And you know what I hope most? That Ellie De La Cruz is just okay and misses a couple of games. And if they're promoting anyone, it's because they earned that promotion and not because of an injury. We'll see. You obviously want Ellie to be at full strength. One of the bright spots, though, has been J.J. Bleday.
Of course.
And what he's brought. And that's the other thing I think of is when Sal Stewart was hot in April, I was like, all right, we're going to get on borrowed time here. Here's a rookie. J.J. Bleday, I was starting to feel that way, but he keeps doing it. He's been consistent. Hopefully this is just who he is. Mr. J.J. All Day Bleday is what the nickname. It's very, very creative that I've coined for him. Here's J.J. Bleday on his hot start.
You've kept your numbers up since you made your debut here. Do you feel like you're in a pretty good spot now with a bunch of at-bats under you?
Yeah, I feel good right now. There's going to be ups and downs throughout the course of the season, but can't really chase results. I try to just win each pitch, and show up and with a different mindset every day, and not try to get too far ahead of myself. So just trying to win each pitches and just kind of let it happen.
You guys obviously had a tough month of May, up and down. Started down, got up a little bit. How do you feel about where the team is and where it's positioned right now, 2 months into the season?
I think we're good. We've had some injuries and whatnot, so hopefully we can get on top of those and they don't impact us too much further. But we got guys coming back from a starting pitching standpoint. So if we can just kind of keep our head down and keep doing what we're doing and trust in the process, it's going to be. We still got a lot of baseball to be played, but I like where we are right now.
JJ Bleday needs to be great.
Yeah,
and he delivered, and that's what's tough. If you're looking like at Elly De La Cruz injury fallout, let's say he misses a month, which I think is more likely than not. Maybe I'm way off, and I hope I'm way off, and he's back Wednesday. Which is possible.
Anything's possible,
we'll see,
I guess, yeah.
Right? But if he misses a month, JJ Bleday has got to stay hot for this next month to help make up for it. And they're going to need guys like Sal Stewart, who've kind of had a up and down first couple of months, great in April, down in May, coming back around towards the end of the month. You need those guys to step up. And so we'll see. It's part of it, though. And I assume that at some point, JJ Bleday, he said it ups and downs. I assume we're going to hit it down at some point. Maybe not.
At some point, and I think the question with a player like Bleday, where the numbers this season are a little shocking in terms of how great he's been and outside of his career norms so far, is what is that down? Yeah. Is that down a month of hitting 180, or is the down from 300 to 270? I think that's the big question here of what that down will be for Bleday, and why I'm so excited about Bleday so far this year is the underlying metrics just say this is the player that he is. Right now, JJ Bleday is hitting .303 so far this season. His expected batting average is .294. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. He's hitting the ball very, very well. 90th percentile hard hit percentage, just under 50% of the balls he's hitting. And if you're just going to go up to the plate and hit the ball 100 miles an hour every single time that you're in the batter's box, you're going to get good results. And the sample size for Bleday is getting big enough, 128 at-bats this year, that he might just be a really good player. And I'm starting to get to the point where I just believe in Bleday when he's at the plate. And that's not something you can say about most of this Reds lineup. In the beginning of the season, it was Elly and Sal. And then when Sal kind of dropped off a little bit in May, it became Elly and Bleday. And now Elly's out, and it's just Bleday. And hopefully Bleday can stay through the lineup throughout the rest of this summer.
Shout out to everyone watching live on YouTube. 92% of you think that Edwin Arroyo should be called up. I think that's going to be 100 if we get bad Elly De La Cruz news. Hopefully we don't. In 20 minutes, we're going to hear from Paul Dehner Jr. because he's going to join us live in studio to talk Bengals. But up next, it's time to get you caught up on everything you missed while you slept, right here on First Word. I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. It's no secret that the Bengals made a gigantic move this offseason when they traded for Dexter Lawrence. The 6'4", 340-pound defensive tackle should transform a defense that has been awful over the past couple of years. The Bengals haven't made the playoffs since 2022, in large part because of the departures of key pieces of the teams that went to back-to-back AFC Championship games, teams that were Super Bowl contenders. Are the Bengals a Super Bowl contender with Dexter Lawrence? That remains to be seen. But what we do know is they have an identity on defense, and it revolves around Dexter Lawrence. By trading the 10th pick, the only time in team history they traded a top 10 draft pick for a player, they added a guy that should transform their defense and give them a real shot at getting back to Super Bowl contention. For more on the Bengals, make sure you check out First Word every single weekday, 7 to 11. Right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones. Just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this Crown adventure, because I've been trying all the new around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Another Rebound Rundown local update, and a huge one here for the Louisville Cardinals, who have spent a ton of money in the transfer portal. They have poured a ton of resources, and this is expected to be a national championship contender, or at least a Final Four contender. It better be with what they have done to assemble this roster. Let's take a look at it now. A coup of players out of the portal. Two of the portal's best in Flory Badunga, the transfer from Kansas, and Jackson Shellstead, the point guard transfer from Oregon. You add that, somebody you've heard on the rundown before, Deshane Montgomery from Dayton, Alvaro Figueres, a high major transfer as well, Carter Knox, Gabe Dines, all names that if you are a college basketball fan, you are familiar with, plus Okeze, who is one of the best high school players, if not the best, depending on where you look, for high school rankings, best high school recruits in the history of the Louisville program. A lot to be excited about, a lot of expectations for the Louisville Cardinals. You can hear about that more right here on the Rebound Rundown.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
And we're rolling on the first ever edition of First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. She's here. She'll talk with Steve Radicevic, Bengals assistant GM, coming up at 10. And, well, that's a fun story that we will dive into, I promise. But if you're just joining us on our first ever edition of First Word, well, welcome in. We're part of the Crown Network. And if you're watching on YouTube, maybe you're going to see Paul Fritchner in the Rebound Rundown. You're going to see Natalie Jones in the Nat Jones Show. You're going to see some of our different programming. Just a reminder, you can catch us everywhere. Look at that. YouTube, Mixler, Spotify, Apple, Google, stream live, or watch live as well on Spectrum, Alta Fiber, or digital at 19.3. We're proudly on the Rock Entertainment Sports Network. Really, really excited to give Cincinnati a morning sports show, but it's not just morning sports here with the Crown. Plenty coming your way. Business, lifestyle, college hoops, and so much more. But let's dive into what you missed while you slept, and it starts with the Reds losing 2 of 3 over the weekend. They did handle business yesterday, though, so there is that. Sam Moll did hang on, and we'll hear from Sam Moll coming up. But, yeah, the Reds, they find a way to avoid a sweep, stay above 500. That was it. I did not want to be talking about a 500 team during our debut. They get the win. They stay a couple games over 500.
Yeah, certainly a big thing. Playing the best team in baseball at this point, the Atlanta Braves, certainly the hottest lineup, and some players that specifically kill the Reds in Great American Ballpark. Matt Olson, one of the best bats against the Reds of anyone currently active in the majors, and the Reds able to get a win on Sunday. Obviously, it's never nice to lose a series, but I do think avoiding a sweep here is a little bit to take for the Reds. Now, it's hard to take any kind of win from this weekend with Ellie being hurt and losing the series, but it is important to avoid the sweep, and Nick Lodolo looked great, which I think is a huge, huge piece as this rotation moves forward.
Reds 30-28 on the year. They get the 6-4 win, and I got to be honest. My confidence level, when the bases were loaded in the ninth, 6-4, I'm like, all right, so Ellie's hurt, and we're going to hear from Tito in a second. Ellie's hurt. The bases are loaded. My confidence was Ronald Acuna in the outfield. He had zero confidence in the outfield yesterday. It was the worst performance ever. I mean, I think anyone in this studio right now would have been better in the outfield than Acuna was. But to me, the fact that Sam Moll was able to get that, just a huge, at least you get the win. We'll see what happens. You still hold your breath for Ellie. But just a huge victory considering what it could mean with 44 down.
Well, and if you told Reds fans a few years ago when they made the trade deadline acquisition of Sam Moll that his first Reds save would come in May of 2026, I think everyone would have been pretty surprised. He was supposed to be a marquee piece of that bullpen back at that trade deadline, but someone's going to have to step up at this point. Lost Pagan almost a month ago. At this point, Ashcraft on the 60-day IL over the weekend, which I know we'll get into here in a little bit. Someone's going to have to take the reins of the high leverage piece in that bullpen. A lot of us Reds fans thought it would be Tony Santillan early this season, but he has not looked the same over the last month and a half. So someone's going to have to slide into that role, and I think the best way the Reds can find success in the back end of that bullpen while they're still waiting to get healthy is to play the matchups. And we talked about this when Pagan went down, but to go with a lefty in Moll that doesn't usually pitch in those save situations because it was the matchup that best played the hitter at the plate, I think is the way the Reds can find some success, because they don't have many overpowering relievers in that bullpen right now. At least those relievers that are supposed to be in that role aren't pitching to their full potential. So other people are going to have to step up, and maybe you just don't have a closer for the next few weeks.
Yeah, so that's one of the many storylines. Obviously, Elly De La Cruz is going to dominate what happens over the next couple of hours. We'll keep you up to date. He's set to get a scan later this morning. Here's what Terry Francona had to say.
Listed as tightness in the hamstring. Do you know the severity yet?
Yeah, and the reason they said that is he feels like he caught it before it did anything worse. Saying that, we're going to get him scanned at 9 in the morning, and we'll know more.
Right here. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Can you cross your toes? Do it.
They're crossed.
Cross the toes, cross the arms, do everything, because, look, the Reds would be in deep bleep.
Yes.
Deep bleep if Elly De La Cruz is missing significant time. It's the fact of the matter. There aren't many guys that they can deal with missing outside of what they're already dealt with from an injury standpoint, and Elly De La Cruz is the most important. I mean, it's him and Chase Burns that have been the beacon of consistency for this team so far this season. You need Elly to be okay. Like, if he misses a week, fine. You can survive a week. 6 weeks? Going to be tough.
Well, I think the interesting thing about this for the Reds right now is they've never had to experience life without Elly so far. 98 games in 2023, and he didn't come up till late June. 160 in 24 and 162 in 2025. So Elly De La Cruz has not missed time, much less any kind of significant time over all 3 years that he's been in the majors. So this is a completely new battle for the Reds to fight here, trying to figure out how to put a lineup together on the field that can win professional baseball games without Elly De La Cruz in it.
And you mentioned the bullpen and Graham Ashcraft going on the 60-day injured list. This was a surprise.
Yeah.
And it gets buried because it's been a few days, but man, oh man, the Reds bullpen really reeling. And they bring up Marte from AAA, and not the Marte you're thinking of, not Novi Marte. And it didn't go well in his debut.
No, not at all. And I think the big thing with Ashcraft is he was one of the few arms left in that bullpen that could really be trusted on a night-in, night-out basis. And even with him, it wasn't great all the time. And I think that's more of a commentary on where the Reds bullpen is at this point. But without him, it leaves so many questions in the back end of that bullpen, and the Reds are going to have to get healthy. I don't know how many prospects are coming. There's not a lot of arms in the system here to call up and fill that bullpen, so it could be an uphill battle for the Reds. I hope that they're on the phones trying to make some kind of addition, because they've scratched and clawed to really, surprisingly at this point in the season, having a lineup that can win games. So to punt that away at this point with a bullpen that can't get outs at the back end of a game seems like a foolish thing to do. So bide time till Elly can get back. There should be calls being made to make additions to this bullpen, because right now this bullpen that's on the Reds lineup or on the Reds roster at the moment is not good enough to get the Reds to the playoffs. They're going to have to make some additions or get healthy and have some more pieces added to it.
Yeah, we will see what the Reds do. Obviously, we're on Elly De La Cruz watch all morning long. Speaking of baseball, my University of Cincinnati Bearcats, well, they fell in Starkville, lost 2 of 3. Pain. But it was a successful season again, back-to-back regional appearances. Love that. Love where the program is headed. But, man, I was hoping they would get out of Starkville.
Yeah, I was too. Certainly root for him. Bischel's done a phenomenal job with that program since he's taken over back-to-back NCAA regionals for the first time in program history, and doing it in the Big 12 in just your first few seasons there. So obviously a huge step for that program, and continuing to grow with him at the helm. Some of the best players in program history on the team this year, and headed to the draft potentially. Jack Natale, a borderline first-round pick.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Unfortunate. I was hoping to be talking about a victory Monday here for the University of Cincinnati Bearcats. Speaking of the Bearcats, the Carlstown Shootout, well, the date is set. It's UC, it's Xavier. and it's December 5th. And look, it's always going to be in December. I'm always going to say this, and it's never going to happen. I want it after conference play. I want it when these teams are really rolling and people are really paying attention to college hoops fully, and not just Paul Fritchner's rebound rundown, but everybody's in by the time it is. And so like January 5th, February 2nd, it's never going to happen, but that's what I want. But yeah, December 5th, Fifth Third Arena, the first Jared Calhoun crosstown shootout as head coach of the Bearcats.
Mark it down. I'm sure the whole city marked off December 5th on the calendar when this tweet came out. I mean, obviously looking forward to it. Always one of the most fun games of the year. And Calhoun's first shot as the coach at Xavier. Hopefully they can get it done.
Yeah, hopefully they can. And hopefully we get a really good NBA Finals. We know that the NBA Finals, well, could be huge. It's a rematch of an NBA Finals that I hold in really, really high regard. The 1999 Finals, it was Knicks, it was Spurs. And I got to be honest, I was a bit surprised with the way SGA played. If you would have told me Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played the way he did, I thought the Spurs were going to lose in Game 7 because he showed up, but the Thunder didn't. The Spurs controlled most of that game. It never really felt like they were going to lose. Victor Wembanyama headed to the NBA Finals.
If SGA had help from any of the other max contracts on the team, the Thunder would probably be playing in the finals in a couple weeks. But Chet Holmgren, 1 for 2 from the field, his only make in the game in the first minute and a half of the game. And then obviously Jalen Williams out with a hamstring injury. So SGA, obviously a great supporting cast in Oklahoma City, but SGA, the only star, asked to do it himself. And he got close, but not enough with the Spurs. They're a really good team. And when these guards are playing together and playing good ball, Fox, Castle, and Harper, they're really hard to beat. Game 1 and Game 2, when Fox was out, Castle had 20 turnovers as the primary ball handler. They didn't have 20 turnovers in the next 5 games from their primary ball handler. De'Aaron Fox really changed the course of this series, being the point guard and playing sound basketball for the Spurs. I love this finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think Thunder-Knicks would have been not as fun. I think everyone would have kind of rooted for the Knicks in that one. This will split it down the line a little bit more. Wemby has a chance to truly arrive in his first playoff run.
Yeah, Wemby, insane. He's just so dominant, and you see that. Like that 3. This is when the Thunder felt like they were going to make their push, and the Spurs just kept answering and kept answering. And this right here, it's it. You go up 11 with 8 minutes to go, and you're right about the guards. Everybody's going to talk about Wemby, but when you have Dylan Harper, you have Castle, you have Fox. And Fox is the one, if his ankle can get right, man, they just have so many different guys.
This was the play of the game.
And meanwhile, yeah, you have a guy in Chet Holmgren who's going to get crushed, and rightfully so. That's one, or he's going to get crushed, but yeah, you're right. That was a heck of a block there. That could have changed the game. If you're Hartenstein, I don't know. I like that he went up strong. You just can't get blocked there.
No.
Put it that way.
No, cuts it to a 4-point game. If he can make that, you think without Wemby in the game, you probably let your guard down a little bit around the rim.
2 hands.
Luke Cornett gets it done.
I'm going poster. And he kind of did.
Yeah.
But two-hand poster. I like that he went up strong. Nice play by Cornett there. Obviously, Wemby loved it. But for me, like, everyone's going to talk about Chet. Fine. We'll see. Get in the gym. We'll see how he responds. Can this Knicks team? They've been historically great. This Knicks team has been historically great. Spurs heavy favorites.
Yeah.
Everyone expecting the Spurs to win. And so that's what I think is going to be interesting here. You have the long layoff for the Knicks. They're well rested. They can throw everything at the Spurs. The Spurs have gone through it a bit. They've had some wars. It's going to be a fun finals.
Rematch of the NBA Cup from earlier this year. Knicks trying to go for 2 championships.
You know
Spurs
what they say.
trying to get revenge.
The NBA Cup is a big deal.
They do say that.
That's what they say. No one says that.
Well, that's what I said when LeBron won.
Of course you did. By the way, spoiler, big LeBron guy over here. So that'll be certainly a theme when we talk NBA. Where's LeBron right now?
On his way back to Cleveland, hopefully.
Cancun. Is he?
I hope.
You want him in Indiana. You're a Pacers fan.
I do want him in Indiana.
You're a Pacers fan. Don't vouch for Marisa. Marisa Contipelli. Full thing. Everything's fine with Marisa. She's on vacation. It timed out very poorly. We're going to be very upfront with what it is from that standpoint. The good news is you're going to hear from Marisa all week long. She'll talk with Bengals assistant GM Steve Radicevic coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern right here on First Word. Up next, let's continue the conversation with some Reds conversation. Bengals coming your way as well. We're just getting started here on a Monday edition of First Word.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones. Just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this ground adventure, because I've been trying all the new around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Welcome into another Rebound Rundown local update. This time we're going to go up to Oxford, where the Miami Redhawks are going to do their best to replicate a historic season, an undefeated regular season for Miami and head coach Travis Steele, who just got a contract extension into the early 2030s. An awesome job by Travis Steele to get his team into the NCAA tournament this past season. Let's take a look now at what Miami is bringing back and what they've added. Rich Rolfe, Stevie Elam, and Preston Copeland, those are your additions for Miami this season, but you get back Evan Ipsara, who tore his ACL in December, the starting point guard. Real junkyard dog defensive player. Almar Atlason, a huge piece of this past year's team. Luke Skaljak as well, who filled in nicely as the starting point guard when Ipsara went down. Justin Kirby, a huge piece coming back for Miami this season. So if you're Miami, you have retention and you have some complementary pieces out of the portal. I like what they're building in Oxford. Hear about it more on the Rundown.
Welcome back to another Tissot's Take, and the Reds might just have the best starting rotation in all of Major League Baseball when everyone gets healthy. Chase Burns, so far in his first full season with the big league club, is pitching like an ace, a legitimate Cy Young contender early in his young career. And Hunter Green just waiting in the wings on the IL to be activated at some point this summer. The Reds might join a short list of Major League Baseball teams with multiple aces in the rotation when Green gets back to form. We know he's a perennial Cy Young contender in the National League, and Chase Burns looks like it too. Not even mentioning James Rapien's boy, the number 3 starter in this rotation, All-Star Abbott. An All-Star last year has put together a phenomenal month of May, one of the best pitchers in baseball in the month of May, and that continues throughout the summer. This Reds top 3 is as good as any in baseball. Nick Lodolo sliding in at the 4. Rhett Lauder, the former 7th overall pick, at the 5. Not even mentioning Singer, Williamson, and Petty. You're watching First Word on the Crown Network.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Let's keep it rolling here on First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown. In our first guest, clap it up, everybody. First guest, Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic is here.
Thank you, guys. I was just on my morning stroll through OTR, as I do.
Yeah.
Right? Of course. And I heard the sound of you screaming, "Let's go!" Let's go. And I was like, what is that? I know that. And I knocked on the door, and then you said, "Hey, mic up. Let's go."
Did you think
I'd stop? I heard it just sounded like something cool was happening.
You thought the Bengals signed a receiver, and that's why I was celebrating.
Yeah,
that's added 2 more weapons.
Obviously. That's
drafted
what it
Jeremiah Love.
Trading for Jeremiah Love? Can they still get him? Can we still get into the Jeremiah Love timeline, James?
I'd hit the gritty right now. How do you get
walk
Jeremiah
out.
Love?
I'd walk
you love it. You'd love it because you'd be you'd be busy in LA in February.
I'm just happy to be here on day. Congratulations to you guys, everybody here for this. This is a really awesome project. I'm happy that you allowed me to come in on day one.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring a show warming gift.
A show warming gift.
And I didn't execute it, and I feel bad about it. But I had an idea. I'm gonna get it to you. You know the old Sports Illustrated football phone? I'm sure you do. You remember
Jacob
this?
doesn't. I do. Yeah.
You remember?
Okay.
Pick up the football phone. I'm gonna get you guys a football phone that you can have put in the background wherever you need it. Okay. You can call me anytime you need to.
Wow.
Okay. Whenever I've said something you don't like, I've had a take that feels a little off, or you need me to calm him down.
I'll be using that phone a lot.
Calm me down. Hey,
you can't give Jacob access to this.
My gift to you.
Wow.
What I'm here to do. I want to make it
Paul
better. It was
Dana
either that
Jr.
or a plant, and I felt like that'd be better than a plant.
The phone better than a plant because it does. Jacob and Marisa will utilize.
They're
that
gonna
for
need it.
sure.
They're gonna need
Just during the pre-show process, they've gotten the full.
This black line in the desk is very important. Marisa and I stay over here.
of you guys.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you guys can really bond on the phone. You can just have late night.
I'm not your therapist.
Yeah, but if I'm in the media room at Paycor, that's what you've dealt with it for years.
Yes.
Now they're dealing with it every day for 4 hours plus. Woo! It's tough to be them. But let's dive into.
Let's go.
Everything the Bengals have done, and by the way, you got to check out Paul Dana Jr.'s latest piece for The Athletic on linebacker and how the Bengals linebackers are but it's the latest on linebackers, how the defense could succeed with the linebackers they have. Go, plug it.
Well, I spent a little time, I like doing this and when we can back up from a situation a little bit and look at what is the biggest thing, right? For them, it was, we're all criticizing the linebackers. Every single turn, no matter what they did.
Yeah.
Everything that we're probably going to talk about there. Dexter Lawrence, all the free agency stuff, then the draft comes, Cassius Howe, and they did. When no linebacker came, it was, okay, what's happening here? And what is the path to success? Is this going to bury their season? And so I took a wider league view and just went and looked at the teams they're clearly trying to emulate. Right? Seattle, the Rams, Houston. I mean, these teams build the D-line, have waves. The Eagles, right? As you should, the last two champions. Who were the Seattle Seahawks linebackers? Who were the Los Angeles Rams linebackers? Who were the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles linebackers when they started that season? They were guys with less credentials that you've never heard of. Guys with 42 career snaps who are undrafted free agents. That's Seattle, literally. Nate Landman, you big Nate Landman guy with the Rams. Omar Speights.
Is it Landman, a show that I haven't watched?
That's as close as you get to knowing who the Rams linebackers were on a top 10 defense last year with waves in front of them. The Eagles brought Zach Bond from New Orleans. He'd never even played more than 300 snaps in his career. And next thing you know, he's all pro. Nakobe Dean had 200 plus snaps defensively in his entire career, entering his third year. And then he ends up being a part of that awesome Eagles defense. Everybody's like, gotta have the Eagles defense. Put dudes in front of them, and they can, you don't sign and spend and use high capital necessarily on linebackers. You develop linebackers by putting great players in front of them. And then you look up and you've produced one. And I think that's a big part of what I saw when I went a little bit further about it.
When we went into free agency, everything was needed. It wasn't just camera 2 here. It was that camera, that camera, that camera. We needed Rodney, we needed Paul, we needed a desk. They needed everything to fix their defense. And I said the one thing that I'd be okay with punting on in free agency and spending big on was linebacker.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one thing, it was that. I would prefer Mafe over Devin Lloyd. Because why? Because what you're saying. You need juice on the pass rush. They haven't had it. They went and got it. I can't complain. It doesn't mean I'm satisfied with linebacker or comfortable, but of Geno Stone playing safety, the linebackers they have in the defensive front, no more Geno Stone, improved defensive front. I get the priority list being what it was.
Yeah, exactly. And you can find ways to do it. I talked to Rand Carthon, who's awesome, by the way, and he's on CBS now. But, I mean, he drafted Fred Warner. He's built teams in San Francisco, and he was the GM in Tennessee for a couple of years.
Did he say Demetrius Knight's the next Warner?
He did not say that. His point was everybody wants a Fred Warner, but the way you build it is the way the Bengals. He was going through how he would sit down every year as the GM and go through his team needs list. He's like, every year I would write down Rams need a backer, and then every year they wouldn't take one. The next thing I know, there they are playing at the end with Omar Spates and these other guys that you've never heard of before. Bozeman, Christian Bozeman, like guys that you've never heard of. And he's like, and you just look at that and you say, yeah, that's, you want to get there? Yeah, you'd love to. If you have an access to Fred Warner, cool. If you can make that happen. But so often now, what we're seeing happening, these teams that are in the Final Four, that are playing in January, deep into January, they're constructed the way the Bengals have kind of constructed that. That said, still a massive risk to run back these two young guys and hope that they do take the next level around them. That's obviously the big bet, and they feel like they've seen progress there, but we may be looking back at this in mid-October and be like, man, maybe they got that wrong, but the Bengals certainly don't seem to think so.
How much does the caliber of free agents the Bengals added to those other positions change this conversation? Because just adding to safety and defensive line wouldn't be enough, but when you do Brian Cook and Dexter Lawrence, I think it changes the conversation pretty drastically.
Well, put stars and then you don't ask anybody else to be stars. Last year, they were asking Knight and Carter to be stars. They were asking Chris Jenkins and B.J. Hill and T.J. Slayton to be game changers. They're not. They're rotational players.
Correct.
Yeah. And if you put stars in front of them, now you love your rotational players. And you love them in the mix. You love a combination of Slayton and Lawrence. You like having Allen and Hill and then Jenkins behind him, and maybe he could be a young guy that comes into something. They just had to have players that were real and stabilizing. What I've liked, James, and being down there in the building lately, and you're talking to the same people I am, the recognition of sort of the alpha leadership that you're hearing about Brian Cook and Dexter Lawrence specifically has been notable. Everybody's talking about it. Like, man, those guys have come in and they were clearly told, you need to be a leader. And we heard this from Zach Taylor, from Al Golden, from Duke Tobin, way back in February. We need leaders. We need somebody who can come in and hold accountable everybody in the room and be the guy who says, I'm the guy, and everybody look up to them. And they have really owned that in the immediate days. Dexter specifically, I think you're seeing that from, as he's been here, every moment since he's been signed.
With a young kid, a family gets traded and is just in Cincinnati now working really wild. There's one. Two, the Brian Cook thing's interesting because it was before Joe Burrow made his comments. I was talking with Dax Hill at his locker. And Brian Cook has the same locker that Geno Stone used to have. And within 2 minutes of talking to Dax Hill, you could feel Brian Cook's leadership in the culture. He was BSing with Dax and a few of the other corners. I'm like, I haven't felt this before from that locker. Like, it just instantly felt different. And then for Joe to say that, Brian Cook's going to be a guy here, and does he force 10 turnovers? Who knows? But can he tackle and can he lead? If he does that, it's going to be a huge upgrade.
He's kind of been lost in the wash because whenever we talk about the free agency and the draft, we just keep talking about this defensive line and then you're like, oh yeah, and Brian Cook. But really, I mean, what Joe, I feel like him saying it has been like, no, we need to be talking about how big Brian's going to be, and they need that in the secondary. I mean, they're still young back there. I think there's a hope that DJ Turner can develop into a leader, but you don't know if that's going to take or if he's just going to be a great corner or whatever. And he's also got his own stuff going on right now, trying to get his deal. So
let me get that money.
I mean, maybe not the best time for him to be like leader guy, right? Like, and so, but Brian Cook in the building is going to be really important for that group, which has its own questions. Certainly depth from the depth perspective there, what that's going to look like. And so, I think when it really show though, James, be when it's first time to come up and make a tackle in the alley. You can count on him to do it, and that'll change games for you.
Geno Stone has missed 5 tackles since Paul got here in studio.
It's just because I talked to him.
Buckle up. You guys are going to get all of the Geno Stone references, and it's going to involve missed tackles on this show. We'll continue the conversation with Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic next, right here on First Word.
I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. Obviously, Dexter Lawrence was a big addition this offseason, but I'm not sure there's going to be a guy that has a bigger impact than Brian Cook. Why? Well, it's pretty simple. The Bengals safeties have stunk over the past couple of years, and the Bengals have missed the playoffs not 1, not 2, but 3 straight seasons that coincides, that streak, with the loss of Jesse Bates. And Brian Cook is someone that's going to come in and bring leadership, bring 2 Super Bowl rings, and bring the identity that they need on the back end because he's going to do his job. Jesse Bates was so good at putting out fires around him, covering up mistakes that other people would make on defense. Brian Cook can do that. He's big, he's fast, he's physical. Joe Burrow has praised him for what he's done to the Bengals locker room from a culture standpoint, what he's brought. Brian Cook is going to be a game changer. For more, make sure you check out First Word weekdays, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones. Just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new shit around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Another Rebound Rundown local update. We're hopping across the Ohio River this time to Highland Heights in northern Kentucky, taking a look at Darren Horn's squad. The Norse trying to win the Horizon League, something they did a few years ago, something they've done multiple times under Darren Horn, trying to do that again with a fairly new look roster. Some returners, some fresh faces. Eric Acker from LaSalle, Noah Pagano, Will Short, BJ Davis-Ray, the addition from SMU. Saw a lot of game action at SMU as far as games played, but didn't see a ton of minutes with the Mustangs. But that is a high-profile ACC high major conference transfer that'll be suiting up for NKU this season. That is a major addition. Plus, you get the return of point guard Ethan Elliott, looking to add some more scoring there to Ethan Elliott's game this upcoming season. A lot to be excited about. One of the top squads expected to be in the Horizon League this year are the Norse. So stay tuned for plenty more right here about the Norse on the Rebound Rundown.
First Word rolls on with our first guest in studio. Paul Dehner Jr. of The Athletic is here. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot with you till 11 right here on The Crown. And let's dive into Joe Burrow and what Joe Burrow had to say. And my favorite thing that Joe Burrow had to say a couple of weeks ago when he talked was right at the end, when he randomly mentioned the Bengals touchdown record, which I wasn't even thinking he was close to, was clearly aware of it. And then when I said, I had 47 to tie Andy at 204 touchdown passes ever, 48 to break it, he said, doable.
Yeah.
How doable is it?
I mean, you know his stats. I mean, I can tell them to you, but the last 17 games he's played.
Get it.
Doable. I mean, that's what
Double
it is.
nickel, last 17. Yeah.
Right. I mean, last 17 games he's played would be done.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's the way he's played. I mean, look at, I love filtering. I use True Media a ton. I dive too far into the stats, but I love filtering out. It's amazing. Anytime you do plays where Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase are on the field together, and just look at how explosive it is. I added in clean pocket this year, And it's like 0.4 EPA per play anytime you have a clean pocket and the three of them on the field. Are they going to have a clean pocket more often this year? They hope. They think. Do they have all these pieces currently healthy? They do right now. If you have that, the numbers can be whatever you want the numbers to be. They set up to be Joe Burrow's career year, right? I mean, it's all these pieces in their prime. If you give them a line, yeah, it's doable. That's what MVP seasons look like, okay? So I think it's more than doable if he has the type of year that they think that is possible.
Obviously, so much of the conversation around the Bengals this offseason has been about the defensive additions, and I feel like something flying under the radar, which is the only way Burrow can get to these milestones, is the offensive line. Bringing back all five for the first time in Burrow's career. How much does that affect the expectations for this offense going into this season?
I mean, it's the one thing we haven't really seen.
Right.
I mean, we haven't really seen a year where he's just well protected all the time. And part of that is his style.
No doubt.
Like that's and we can talk a lot about what that looks like this year and what they'll maybe do more or less of, or what he'll do more or less of. But at the end of the day, like when you give him a clean pocket, he's gonna sit back there and dice you up, and he's not gonna suddenly start taking off. And I just feel like they're set up to do that. The question to me, James, and I'll throw it back to you because I have had issues with I'm concerned about the tackle depth. I felt like that might have been a higher need for me than linebacker, because I just feel like you are one Amarius Mims injury. I would put him as outside of the big three, the one person you can't see go down right now.
On offense?
I might say on the whole team.
Over Dexter?
Maybe over Dexter.
We're
talking about protecting Joe.
No doubt.
We're talking about protecting Joe.
And it all
and
ends.
I don't want to see. Until I see anything different from Cody Ford. I don't want to see what I saw last year.
I agree.
They don't have a swing tackle answer.
So Brian Parker is not. I know sixth rounder.
Tough games at Duke. Don't get me wrong, but like a guy who projected to move inside. They're projecting him to play center.
Yeah.
I got much love. He's a sixth-round rookie at the very best, even if you're counting him as a tackle. Okay.
Yep.
I don't want that protecting the franchise. I want a better option there. And so I get concerned. Amarius has had injuries in the past. Orlando's had a recent injury. You hope that they stay healthy. They, for the most part did last year. But I worry about that because that's to me the one place where the whole thing can fall apart, especially at the tackle position.
In the Cleveland game, which that Cleveland game annoys me. The season finale annoys me so much. I'm sick of this offense stinking against Cleveland.
Yeah.
It's the worst. Part of that was tackle goes down. Mims gets nicked up. Cody Ford's out there. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
What are you going to do? And so that's it. Can Brian Parker be that? Is Jalen Rivers still in the mix for offense? Like, it's a tough
They moved him to guard for a reason.
And so what do you do?
Yeah.
Go get a vet? What vet is there? They made Cody Ford take a discount. Maybe it's there, but...
Well, that's to me what I would have liked to have seen one more move be. Like, there were vets out there. I mean, there's people that have some skins on the wall that you could at least just feel a little more comfortable putting in there. Obviously, we sort of reference on the pod a lot the Cody Ford roller coaster. His career's been that. Like, he has a good year, and you're like, oh, maybe Cody Ford. And then he's terrible, and he gets cut or whatever. He moves on. And he had one good year here. He won over the entire coaching staff almost, it seemed like. And they gave him that deal.
Yep.
And then he comes in, and they're like, we don't like what we're seeing from Cody Ford. I think he feels like, obviously, they were trying to make him guard last year, and he didn't seem like he was in good shape to play tackle. Right, and so maybe now he'll be in a better position, knowing he's going to be the swing tackle to come in there with that mindset. They're going to need that, but like to just count on that right now. And you can say that about a lot of positions, but they ask so much of their tackles that other teams really don't.
No doubt.
That I just think that those guys can be great that are starting right now, but I don't love what's happening behind them.
Guys, I was on Dan Hort's podcast in February, and I mentioned the name Trent Brown. Okay, so like I was like,
he would have actually been the exact type of guy you would bring
what you want. So I totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, certainly a need, but moving toward the interior of the Bengals offensive line, second year of Dylan Fairchild at guard for the Bengals. How big of a step could be expected for him to take in there, and is his ceiling as high as it seems to be at times in year one?
You guys need like a siren where we could hit a button, a siren, like, alert, the Bengals might have hit on a lineman.
On two? Mims and Fairchild.
No, on day two. They've
day
I'd say
two.
they've done okay-ish at the top.
Yeah.
They had gone, not since Clint Bowling, right? Had they given a second contract to an offensive lineman, right? And particularly in these middle rounds, it had been either they weren't even trying or they were just swinging and missing on guys for about a decade and a half. It seems like they got one. And it seems like they did it. I mean, what his first year arc is exactly what you expect of somebody who's going to be a solid starter in this league for 10 years. Like learning it at first, figuring it out, but by the time the second half of the season came along, man, you really felt him starting to figure it out there. Now year two coming in, consistency on both sides of him, that's massive for both him and Dalton, I think. To have that, you have that, I just think he's going to be a really solid player this year, and you're not going to think about him twice.
Yeah, and you have guys that Scott Peters can develop behind him. I think that's what's so fun. I bet Parker, Lou, Rivers, like you have it could be a pipeline, at least on the interior, that you feel good about, and we will certainly see how that plays out. He's Paul Dehner Jr. I haven't plugged the podcast yet. Check out The Growler. I don't know why I haven't done that until you said the podcast. I was like, oh my God, no. Check out The Growler wherever you get your podcast, obviously here on YouTube as well. Everyone give Paul a hand. First guest in First Word history.
Oh, to you guys.
No, let's go.
Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
It's awesome.
Great stuff from Paul Dehner Jr. We'll continue the conversation. First Word rolls on with you till 11 o'clock right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, and this week I'm hanging with my girl Tia Wallace, and we were at Kroger on the ride in Cincinnati, Ohio. On Thursdays, it becomes Club Kroger, and Tia's gonna give me a henna tattoo. She sets up shop here every Thursday and does henna tattoos. And I've gotten a bunch from her before, and so now I just came to Club Kroger to give one tonight.
My business name is The Duchess. I have been doing henna I taught myself in 1999. I got books. I practiced on myself. Nobody wanted it back then. It was like, what is that? They weren't like, do one for me. Fast forward 2013, that's when it became more mainstream.
This is Kroger on the Rhine and Over the Rhine, Cincinnati. This is actually my Kroger. I live just right around the corner. And on Thursdays, it turns into this Club Kroger, and it gets crazy. Like it just started, and it just gets wild. God, girl, you're so good at this. There's so many people dancing around me. It is killing me not to be able to dance a little bit. It's henna.
What that mean?
He said it's not permanent, but it's going to stick around for like a week, sometimes 10 days.
I
was really nervous. Yeah.
No, you gotta go right out there. Next time we out there. We out there.
Okay, good. I got my dancing out. I've been like one of the dancers we got here, and I've just been sitting still.
All right. Yep, our first time.
Should I not do the fingers?
It's time for another Tissot's Take here on First Word, and Sal Stewart. What a joy it's been to watch him for the Cincinnati Reds in his first full season with the big league club. Such a young player playing a new position at first base. Stewart played 203 games at third base through the Reds minor league system, just 2 at first, and he has been a star over there so far this year. After his historic April, he's been at the front of the NL Rookie of the Year race, battling against other young stars in the National League Central. Moises Ballesteros with the Cubs, Connor Griffin with the Pirates, J.J. Weatherholt with the Cardinals, some of the most exciting young players in all of baseball playing in the National League Central, and Sal Stewart right there at the top. First base, he's been great, but also a serviceable second baseman and third baseman, and hitting phenomenally from the plate. A real threat anywhere he is on the diamond, and someone no pitcher wants to face in the box. Very lucky to have someone this professional at such a young age. You're watching First Word, part of the Crown Network, from 7 to 11 every weekday morning.
Let's keep it rolling here on a debut edition of First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11, always open. Right here on the Crown. Were you not ready for that?
I was going to go right here on the Crown.
You thought I was going to do
Once
this?
the hands drop, it's usually right here on the Crown.
Right here on the Crown.
Right.
And we are right here on the Crown. And if you're wondering what the Crown is, it's Cincinnati's new media network that you can check us out wherever. Live every single day on RESN, on YouTube, every day right here on First Word. Obviously streaming on X, streaming on Mixlr. If you want to listen live while you're in your car every morning, Mixlr is the way to do that. The point is we want to be your sports show, Cincinnati. Every single morning, 7 to 11, get caught up on everything you missed, everything you need to know, analysis, guests, like the one we just had, Paul Dehner Jr. in studio, or the one we will have an hour from now when Marisa Contipelli goes one-on-one with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant GM. Can't wait for that conversation as well, Jacob. But let's talk about the Cincinnati Reds. And right now, well, it's 9:01. It's 9:01, and Elly De La Cruz likely undergoing a scan at some point right now on that injured hamstring. And we're all holding our breath with Elly because Elly De La Cruz got hurt yesterday. Hopefully it's nothing major, but we don't know and won't know until the scan is done and we get the results.
Absolutely, and I think really the only thing we would know for sure today is if it was bad, if it was torn or something along those lines that would keep him out for a long, long period of time. I don't think there's any chance he plays today. I think if there is, nothing concrete about a tear or anything on the hamstring in the scan, then we'll probably hear in a couple days, how he's trending through a rehab or things along those lines. So I don't think they should rush him by any sense of the word. Make sure he takes his time, gets back to full speed, and then when he's back, he's Elly. I think that's the biggest thing for this type of injury, especially with a player that's so young and speed is such a big part of his game. We saw how much the leg injury hampered him after the All-Star break last season. Not something you want to mess with one of the most exciting young players in baseball and such a key piece to this Reds lineup and this Reds defense. So need him back, obviously, if the Reds want to make any kind of push throughout this summer, but I think it's just as important to make sure that he's healthy and close to 100% before you make that call.
Well, that's it, is these hamstring injuries linger. You mentioned today. I wonder tomorrow, the next day, even if there's nothing on the scan, even if the scan, it's clean, he's going to be all right. Well, still take it slow. You know why? Because he is a speedster, and he was starting to ramp things up. And I think that's what's interesting here is we saw over the weekend him really pushing it. And he was pushing it, and I was like, Elly's back. The moment he swings that bat and I see that ball land, I'm like, oh, this is a triple. Yeah. I'm thinking he's pushing it and doing one of these plays where he's sliding in head first right there as the cutoff man catches the ball. And that didn't happen, and it's because of that right hamstring. But, like, most of the time when you see this, it's like right there. And at least he pulled up. At least he didn't push it. I also, and we're going to hear from Elly in a second, I think it's this idea that, it just got tight so he completely stopped.
This is not good. No.
I find that kind of hard to believe that it was that, like, this feels a little off, so I'm just going to completely stop, because the adrenaline is pumping, you're rounding the base, and he's used to turning that into a triple, not just a double. Most players, that's a double.
Yeah.
I thought Elly was potentially going to get a triple there. It didn't, and now we're anxiously awaiting the results. We'll hear from Elly in a second, but I am nervous that there's going to be some injured list time. You're right. We won't hear an official, oh my goodness, he's going to be out this long minimum. But I think like a week-to-week Zach Taylor voice, right? Like Tito doesn't talk that way, but Zach Taylor, I could totally see him being week-to-week.
And I don't know that the injured list is the worst-case scenario here. I think maybe even playing him too soon is the worst-case scenario, because with these types of injuries, re-injuring or aggravating is something you have to be careful with, and Elly De La Cruz cannot miss significant time for the Reds. So if it's 2 weeks, 15-day IL, if you have to do that, then it's not the worst thing in the world if he comes back and he's healthy. I do wonder, with the other options at shortstop and not being as great as the other options at third base potentially, I wonder if they can take the route that they took with Suarez, which when Suarez came back, obviously an oblique injury, different than a hamstring injury, but DH'd and played third kind of back and forth as he eased back into it. I know that's not full Elly if he's DHing, but how comfortable would you be putting him back in the lineup before he's ready to play shortstop if he's ready to DH?
Not.
Okay.
Not.
So it's all or nothing.
I think he's more likely to be able to protect himself at short almost.
I think you're probably right.
Versus how he got hurt, opening it up, because what he's going to do is he's going to open it up a little bit, and but
which then what is Ellie?
It hurts things, and then your instincts take over a bit, and if it feels good that day and that moment, you're like, oh. So that's what gives me some reassurance on one hand, like if he really did hold himself and stop himself. On the other, that's so rare for athletes to do, but don't take my word for it. Here's what Ellie De La Cruz had to say in the clubhouse via an interpreter after the game.
Pronto estemos de vuelta. Well, it's always frustrated. Yes, you're right. I don't like to be out of the game. I mean, but honestly, right now, I don't feel that bad. I feel like, we're going to wait to see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, I would like to see that I can play. I don't know if I'm going to be playing tomorrow. We're going to wait to see what's going on. But, yeah, it's a little frustrated.
Ellie, how important was it when you hit the first base bag to realize I'm not going to try and press it, I'm not going to try and do too much and just play it cautious?
¿Qué tan importante crees tú que fue ese momento cuando tú llegaste a primera o antes que llegaste a primera y sentiste lo que sentiste y decidiste tomar la decisión de no seguir porque tú no querías, querías ser precavido?
Claro, bien importante porque yo sentía que si seguía corriendo se podía poner peor, así que yo decidí pararme por eso.
I think it's a really important thing that happened when I make that decision on my own, because you really feel that if I keep pushing, it could be worse. So I felt that was the right thing to do.
Do you have any soreness right now, or was it just in that moment?
¿Tú tienes algún tipo de dolor o molestia en este momento o nada más fue ese
O sea, yo siento como que está apretado ahora, pero no dolor.
I don't have pain. No pain, no soreness. You just feel the tightness at this moment.
If the MRI comes back clean, do you feel like you could be back in there pretty soon?
Sí, la resonancia.
Claro. Yo estoy ready.
Yeah,
pero vamos a ver qué dice el MRI.
You got that? He said, I'm ready, but let's see what happens with the MRI. I'm always going to be ready. That's good.
So fingers crossed, toes crossed, ears crossed.
Arms,
Aaron, cross your
legs,
headphones, right?
Everything.
It's rough, man. It's rough because of what he means. And he means everything. Like watchability.
Yes.
Interest. Like for general, like it's fun to watch the Reds even when they're losing, because it's like you never know what 44 is going to do.
Right.
Like he might be able to turn a traditional double into a triple, or he might be able to recap. I mean, yesterday forces an errant throw. Like that's it. That's what he does when he opens up his speed. You take that away. Don't want that, but we'll see. Terry Francona said that the scan will go at sometime, at 9 a.m. It's 9:07, so we'll see what happens there. But when it comes to this team, I got to be honest with you, I got nervous yesterday because the Ellie news happens. The Reds dominate the game.
Yeah.
The Ellie news is happening and transpiring as the Reds are in control of the game, and it starts to fall apart.
Right.
Ronald Acuna forgets how to field. Reds take advantage of it.
Saved the game for the Reds yesterday.
For sure. Well, two people did.
Well, yeah, of course.
Acuna and Sam Moll did as well. And Moll loads up the bases. It's 6-4. Ellie De La Cruz has probably got ice on his hamstring. And I'm like, my goodness. I was like, first word starts tomorrow, and we're going to have to talk about how Ellie's hurt and the Reds got swept and things are just awful. And I get it. They're in last place, but guess what? They're 30-28, 6 games back. It's hard to be in last place and over 500. The Reds are in a unique position that way. But it would have felt much, much worse had they not got the win. At least they got the win. Sam Moll, we'll hear from him in a second, is a big reason why. But huge to end the weekend with a dub.
Getting swept sets your team back so drastically.
As we saw at the beginning of May.
Absolutely. 7-game losing streak, all in the division, back-to-back sweeps. That affected how we talked about this Reds team for weeks.
Yes.
And then now, obviously at home, they haven't been swept in over 40 consecutive home series. Breaking that streak and getting swept at home, regardless of how good the Braves are, would have been a very, very tough pill to swallow. Also coupled with the Ellie injury on Sunday. So getting the win to wrap up this series is absolutely huge, but I think the biggest piece that leads to the rest of this summer and how good this Reds team maybe could be is the emergence of Nick Lodolo. Since he returned from the injury, he wasn't great his first few starts, but these last two, he's looked closer to form. And if he can get back to what the expectation was for him as the number 2 starter in this rotation in the preseason, Abbott can pitch the way he has over the last month, Green can come back at some point in July, the Reds might have one of the best starting pitching rotations in baseball when they can get healthy. Now, that's a big when because they haven't been healthy at any point this year, but that's still out there. And I think the biggest conversation around the rotation isn't even about the rotation. I think as those guys get healthy, you'll be able to slide the Chase Pettys and the Brandon Williamsons and these other names that you're comfortable with on the mound to the bullpen and give much, much better options in a Reds bullpen that's struggling pretty drastically right now. So it's all about biding time and figuring out how the bullpen and the rotation can get through these injuries before everyone can get healthy, because I do think the Reds have the pieces on in their roster to be a winning baseball team. They're just all in the IL right now.
Yeah, for sure. And Mo helped them. He found a way. He got the out he needed and was able to get the save when the Reds needed it most. Here's what he had to say to Jim Day on the broadcast after the game.
Take us into that bullpen. Obviously, you guys are dealing with some injuries right now, and it's next man up mentality, correct?
It is. And just like another one today, I think we have like 7 or 8 guys with a save already. And obviously, you know, we want Tony to go out there and do his thing. But, you know, we're all here and got each other's backs. And, yeah, you know, different names there, but we're all trying to compete.
You ready for more high leverage situations? Because everyone's got to be bumped up that rung. Are you ready for more?
Well, I'm old enough, so I feel like I've been in every scenario that's kind of been imaginable. But, you know, yeah, it's a little bit easier. Not easy. Big league's not easy, but when you're as old as I am and have just experienced everything, you know, you're probably not put in a situation that's that you're not used to.
Sam Maul got it done, helped the Reds survive, find a way to get a dub in what was an ugly overall weekend at GABP. I got, again, in the 9th, I was like, they're going to get swept. And they're going to get swept because of what happened on Friday, what happened on Saturday. Jacob and I and Marisa, we all talked about this series. And man, oh man, was it's a tough one on paper, especially with who you had pitching for you. Chris Paddock gave them a chance on Friday, but obviously it wasn't enough.
Gave him a chance, but still
It's
not
tough.
a start you can be happy with.
It's Chris Paddock.
That's the problem.
I know, but like that's it. That 0-7's rough. You can't count wins on that one's rough.
Yeah.
But if you would have said, hey, 4 earned in 5 innings, I would have signed up for that to start. You
But
wouldn't have?
only from Chris Paddock.
Well, sure.
I get it, but the bar just seems so low. And then
What
Singer,
about this?
Not great either. Second
Not
in the league
bad.
in home runs allowed.
3 earned over 5? Like, give him a shot. Gave him a shot, dude.
No,
Come on.
I get it, but when your 2 people in your starting rotation are battling on a day-in, day-out basis to get below a 7 ERA, it's not a great place to be.
No doubt. But if I would have told you on Friday you're going to get 16 2/3 in 10 earned runs between the 3 starters,
yeah, you're taking it.
we would have taken that all day.
The
We
ERA
were like,
for these
sign-
3 starters before the series was a combined 19.
I'm not saying long term. I'm saying going up against Atlanta.
Oh, no, you're
at
right.
home.
That's what I mean. It's even lower than their standards.
And so at least they got that. And Lodolo is the key there, ending it there, because that's something you can build on. If you're looking at, there's a theme there when you saw those graphics. One, JJ Bleday just keeps popping up, and we'll hear from him later in the show. But to me, and we'll get to this preview against the Royals, and hopefully have an update for you on Ellie before 11 o'clock. But to me, the Nick Lodolo part of this is just so huge, how we monitor that. He needs to be the dude. Right now with Chase Burns, it's Burns Day.
Right.
You need Lodolo to be that number 2.
No question.
And if that's true, well, Andrew Abbott's pitching like a number 3. And then you're right. Look, those other 2 are the other 2. And Brady Singer, maybe he figures it out, maybe he doesn't. It did seem like a step in the right direction on Saturday, though. If you would have told me that going into Saturday, I would have signed up for it. 3 runs in 5 innings.
You're right on an overall stat line thing. I think the thing with Brady Singer that makes me frustrated is he doesn't seem like he's getting better at any of the things that he's struggling with.
Sure.
It's the home runs, it's the walks, it's not being able to get people out in big moments.
Yep.
And it's all just the same story every single night. Now, I think even if the runs were higher and he showed some improvement in some of those areas, maybe I feel better about it. But when you have a pitcher on the mound that's second in the league in home runs allowed, and he's skipped a start already this year, you can't feel very confident about him out there. There's only one way to score a run in one swing of the bat, and it's a home run, and Brady Singer gives up more of those than almost anybody. You just can't really have too much confidence on the mound, and I think when we're talking about both of these pitchers, Paddock and Singer, at some point, they're going to lose the confidence in themselves. When you go out there every single night and you're just taking loss after loss when you're the starting pitcher for the Reds, it's not an easy pill to swallow when you're a professional. So I think you have to look at these guys as well. When you're 0-7 on a season with a 7 ERA, how much confidence do you have left in yourself? which at that point you shouldn't be on the mound if you don't believe in yourself.
I get it. Hopefully they can hold their own. They need Singer.
Yes,
they need
absolutely
Singer.
not a
The
question.
Paddock one, it's just a matter of Louder getting back, and hopefully that's sooner rather than later. The Singer one, I need you to eat innings, man.
They
You
need all
need to be-
12.6 million of them to eat innings.
I need you to be Pac-Man and just be eating. All right? That's what I need. And we'll see if he can do that. We have more Reds coming your way. We'll dive into a series preview coming up. We have Contipelli's Countdown at 9:35, the first ever edition of Contipelli's Countdown. But up next, we'll hear from Jamar Chase right here on First Word.
I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. It's no secret that Dexter Lawrence is going to have a major impact on the Bengals defense. Anytime you add a gigantic nose tackle that can get after the passer, guess what? Those are hard to find. Those are rare. He's also going to make life easier on Jonathan Allen, who was a key free agent addition in March. And that's what's interesting. Jonathan Allen is a former Pro Bowler. He was a former first-round pick. He's someone that still can bring the juice and put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And the idea of him alongside B.J. Hill was one thing. The idea of him one-on-one because Dexter Lawrence is clogging up the interior and commanding double teams, well, that's a whole nother thing. That changes this Bengals defense, and it gives Jonathan Allen a chance to get back to where he was a few years ago when he was wrecking quarterbacks, racking up sacks, and one of the best interior defenders in the game. For more, make sure you check us out First Word every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
It's time for another Tissot's Take here on First Word. The Reds can't compete at the top of the free agent market in the offseason, but where they can find success and did this year was in the bargain bin. Adding J.J. Bleday, a cast-off former top 5 pick who had never reached that potential so far in his MLB career, and Nathaniel Lowe, a 30-plus-year-old first baseman who's been on the downturn the last couple of years. Lowe, a former Gold Glove winner in 2023 with the World Series champion Texas Rangers, and Bleday, a former Golden Spikes winner, the college baseball Heisman at Vanderbilt in his college years. Both hadn't quite played their best baseball over the last few years, but are so far this year with the Reds. Lowe is giving a solid option at first base opposite Sal Stewart, while also destroying right-handed pitching in the batter's box. One of the Reds' best bats against right-handed pitchers so far this year. And Bleday, what a surprise he has been in the outfield. One of the best outfielders in baseball. Thanks for watching First Word. We'll be with you till 11.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
And the show goes on here on First Word. Coming up at 10, Bengals assistant GM Steve Radicevic on all things Bengals. Marisa Contipelli goes one-on-one with Steve about Dexter Lawrence. Do you like the one-on-one? Or, does that mess with you?
I didn't even do that as one-on-one.
Oh, what did you think?
I think you were just doing
rolling
stuff to
with
do
the
stuff.
beat. Rolling with the beat. Hey,
with
that's
Adam
what
on
we
the
do.
music, you got to roll with the beat.
Man, my guy, he went from cameraman Adam to soundman Adam, and he pulls up some fun music. Audio engineer is what he prefers
He's a
to go
true
by.
7-tool player.
He uses the LinkedIn term. He was like, what is it on LinkedIn?
Right.
Audio engineer.
I'll go endorse your skills after the show, Adam.
Yeah, look, whatever you want to call yourself, Adam, we'll keep making us sound good. We appreciate you. We appreciate the entire First Word crew and the Crown family here because it's our debut show. You can join us every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown. Well, where can you find us? Well, RESN. You can find us live on YouTube every single day, live on X every single day. You're going to check out I hope you check out our social media channels at First Word Cincy as well. But there you go. You want to listen to us on the go? Mixler's the way to do that. You want to check us out on YouTube? You can do that as well. And we'll be wherever you get your podcasts. And it's not just us. From the Working Lunch with Jack Crumley every day at noon live here on RESN and on The Crown, or all of our other shows. Nat Tries That, The Nat Jones Show, Rebound Rundown with Paul Fritchner. Plenty here for you on The Crown, including the latest on Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase hasn't reported for off-season workouts yet, but might be reporting right now. Bengals OTAs start today. Their open media availability is tomorrow. Jamar Chase was in town over the weekend for his annual pro camp, and I love this. I love every time I see Bengal stars hold events like this. He was at Sycamore High School putting on a show with the campers. Over 300 campers attended on Saturday.
Yeah, it's big time. This is always the coolest thing. I remember when I would go to player camps when I was the kid, and it was always something you'd look forward to. It's great to see players get back to their community like this and give the kids who are their biggest fans a chance to meet them and learn from them. It's obviously the best thing you can do, and it's great to see Jamar Chase here in Cincinnati interacting with all these people because he hasn't been here yet.
Route him up. Watch this. We're going to show. Hit him with a double move. Got him. Bam. And then the gritty after.
Maybe you could route up Jamar Chase.
I'm not going to say Jamar. No, I don't think I can route up Jamar. I got to see Jamar. Don't try to put me in a bind. The First Word crew has certainly figured out that I'm competitive and might think I can do things that they don't think I can. So there we go. But routing up Jamar Chase, not necessarily one of them. You know what I do like? Watching Jamar Chase run routes. I'm not concerned about him not being at Bengals off-season workouts to this point. I would expect to hear news at some point today that he does report for OTAs. We'll see if that happens. He did talk with reporters at his camp about exactly that, reporting and a big offseason that included a trade for Dexter Lawrence.
I mean, it's not time away. It's just giving my body a rest at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I work very hard. My coaches can vouch for me. My teammates can vouch for me. So at the end of the day, I'm not doing anything wrong. I make sure I talk back with the team, give them information. So I do a good job of that. Right now, it's a lot of in shape, trying to be in shape. Can't wait to get back. You know, obviously, I'm going to be back soon. So really just a lot of trying to be in shape, correct my stuff that I got going on, grade myself, and, you know, try to be back better than last year. Honestly, it's very impactful for one. And two, it was very surprising. Honestly, I didn't see it coming, so it was a great pick for us. I'm glad we got a chance to make a big impact on the defensive side. I think he's going to come in and play a big role for us. Can't wait to show the critics and show what we can do. That's what it's all about.
A couple of things here. One, I couldn't give a darn. I'll say darn because it's first word. You know, last word may be different. Yeah, that's right. Gabe says no FCC violation. No, I got you, Gabe.
Please, James.
Please, come on, James.
Come on, James.
First day. You a player? All right. Anyways, Jamar Chase. The last thing I'm worried about is him being ready. Like that's just not something I'm concerned about. But when I think back to the Super Bowl, and he does the Radio Row circuit, and hopefully we're part of that next year, and he's jumping on. Hopefully he's jumping on much sooner than that, but hopefully next year. Him and T do the circuit, and they're both talking about, go make a splash, make a splash, make a splash. And they're naming guys, Max Crosby, Jeffrey Simmons. No one knew that Dexter Lawrence was available. But they went out and they made a splash. And so for Jamar, one, for that. Two, we know that he reacted the way he did when Max Crosby he was traded to the Ravens for that 8 days before the Ravens had buyer's remorse and faked the physical thing. Yeah, I'm not going to hide it now. That's exactly what they did. Like, Jamar was like, I can't believe they got Max Crosby. If you would have told him in that moment, hey, but you're getting Dexter Lawrence, he would have hit the gritty midstream. And so I thought it was cool. I was like, it's cool that we get some of Jamar's reaction to that. We'll get more whenever he talks to us, but really good to see that he's like, yeah, really, really excited about the addition of a gigantic defensive tackle.
Absolutely. And you said they didn't mention Dexter Lawrence's name. That's because Dexter Lawrence's don't get traded in the NFL.
That's true.
It's not downplaying Max Crosby or Jeffrey Simmons, both incredible players, all pros, year in and year out. But Dexter Lawrence is such an outlier at the position he plays, the ability to play run defense, eat over 50% double team rates, and be a productive pass rusher. There's not another Dexter Lawrence in football. And I think that's why it's such a surprise that he was even available to be traded for. Obviously, you look at bad rosters, the star players on him, and that's usually what you circle, but his name was not in the Simmons and Crosby conversation early in the offseason, even though the Giants are absolutely in the Titans and Raiders, end of the rosters when it comes to comparing the league and things like that. Because players that are Dexter Lawrence's caliber with his kind of production don't get moved in the NFL. The Bengals found a way to make an addition that was the best addition they could have made, and I think that's why everyone in the locker room and in the fan base is so reinvigorated for this season.
For sure. That's it. Everything changed. This whole, the whole vibe around the Bengals changes the moment you make that trade.
Absolutely.
And we were working on the show. This has been months and months in the making. We were working on the show at the time. And you, me, Marisa, and we're going to get to Contipelli's Countdown coming up in a few minutes. We're all like, what?
Yeah.
Jaw-dropping on the floor. Can't believe that Dexter Lawrence, they traded the what? The what? The 10th pick? They've never done that. And so when you're covering the team, or you're a fan of the team, or you're thinking about the team, it's shocking.
For sure.
When you're playing on the team, when you're sick and tired of watching this defense do what it's done over the past couple of years, when in Jamar Chase's mind, whether he would say it publicly or not, I guarantee you he's like, if the defense is just okay, we're going to win every Super Bowl every year because we got me, T, and Joe. That's how Jamar probably thinks, and he should think that way because for my money, he's the best receiver on the planet, and he certainly thinks that. And so what juice it gives you. It adds pass rush juice, but it also gives you juice as an energy, like we're trying to give you every single day here on First Word. It gives you that as a team and as a locker room. And I felt that. I haven't been there as much as I have in normal off seasons, but when I've been in the locker room over the past few weeks, there's a juice, there's a vibe, there's an energy, and it all ties back to trading for number 97.
And the offseason as a whole, before the Dexter Lawrence trade, was kind of the conversation was, okay, good, not quite enough. And when Dexter Lawrence gets added in there, I think it changes the way almost every single one of those individual signings is viewed as well. Brian Cook goes from the marquee addition to the second addition, and Jonathan Allen is the answer at defensive line to a compliment for Dexter Lawrence. And I think that's why there's so much conversation around Joe Burrow when he hadn't reported yet. Now Jamar Chase when he hasn't reported yet, because the fans are excited, and it's just something that they haven't really felt over the last few seasons. I know when Joe Burrow's playing quarterback, the Super Bowl window's open and all that, but the additions that the front office made over the last couple of off seasons wasn't enough to get the Bengals over the top, even if he was playing his best football at the quarterback position. So with all the additions this year, with those questions answered, the fan base feels like this is the time. So they don't want any of that extra stuff. And we're not even to the extra stuff yet in terms of not being a camp being a problem. But I just think with the last couple off seasons and how big and distracting various storylines have been, with the additions being what they needed to be this offseason from the front office, the fan base is just wanting this all to speed up, get everyone here, and get week one here as quickly as possible.
This is where we play a game, and it's going to be a fun game. And I'm going to play a lot of games, and Jacob is in for a treat here. Let's say Jamar doesn't report today. You get no video from the Bengals. And tonight we're talking about the show and finishing up our show plans and stuff for Tuesday. What's your concern level going to be? It's not going to be a 0,
no.
so don't lie to me.
Potentially A block.
Yeah.
Potentially an A out of 10.
Will it really go up?
I don't think that.
Because he's been in town all weekend.
That's why it would jump it more than stay. If he wasn't here on Monday, it's a different conversation than since he's been here all weekend. If he's not there, when he was at Sycamore High School all weekend,
Sycamore High School, they had a car
got a
show on
problem.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I forget what, I didn't see exactly what it was, but there was a car
No,
thing.
I will not be feeling great if we're sitting here at noon eating lunch and Jamar Chase isn't at camp.
I mean, I
It'll be fine. I won't feel great.
I'd be less than, what's less than worried and concerned? Worried's the wrong word. Concerned. It'd be -5 for me still. It would be a little odd, but I'd be like, oh, he probably had lunch plans. Like, his former coach was in town, he had lunch plans instead of going to OTAs that.
You didn't realize part of your job description here was talking me off the ledge.
And it has been. And obviously we come from the different worlds where we're at. And I'm like, what? It's May. Like when we've discussed it, I know it's June 1 now, but it's May. You don't need to worry. And he's like, is Joe going to show? It's May 2nd. Yeah, Joe's going to show. And so is Jamar. I think that's funny. We have plenty to get to. Plenty to get to here on First Word with you till 11 o'clock. In 30 minutes, Steve Radisevich. I keep saying that. Steve Radisevich. I'm sorry, Steve. Going to join Marisa Contipelli live in studio. It's the Bengals assistant GM. Up next, you haven't heard from Marisa yet today. We will next. Contipelli's Countdown, the first ever edition, right here on First Word.
I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. It's no secret that my expectations for Joe Burrow are high. Well, part of that is because my expectations for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins just as high. This is the best wide receiver duo in the NFL right now. And don't look now, but they easily could go down as the best duo in Bengals history. And I think about what their stats could look like this year. Is 3,000 combined receiving yards out of the question? It shouldn't be. I think that's a realistic number. I think 30 touchdowns combined is also a realistic number. And that's the beauty of having Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase, with T. Higgins. You're going to be feared. Oh, and with the new and improved defense, the Bengals should have the ball more. They should be able to take shots downfield more, which should lead to more opportunities for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to continue to be the best wide receiver duo in the NFL. For more, make sure you check out First Word every weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
Paul Fritchner back here for another Rebound Rundown local update, this time for the Xavier Musketeers under second-year head coach Richard Pitino, turning over some of the roster, but not quite as much as last year in his first season when he basically had to put together an entirely new team. He brings back some faces from this past year's team. Jovan Milicevic, the only one who played. Gabe Pizzato, expected to be a key player on this upcoming season's team. He had a torn meniscus. Cason Westfall redshirted as well. Jovan Milicevic, a really crucial star player for Xavier, is back. And then they add a couple of SEC starters in Mike Nwoko, the starting center from LSU, Ruben Dominguez, a sharpshooter from Texas A&M, plus Chance Westry, a point guard from UAB, True Washington, who played for Richard Pitino at New Mexico, then went to Miami, Florida. He is back playing for Richard Pitino, a really talented two-way player. A lot of pieces to be excited about on this Xavier team, and you can stay tuned for all of that and more right here on the Rebound Rundown.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Let's keep it rolling here. It is launch week on First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Marisa Contipelli and Jacob Tissot. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown. It's been a fun show, fun week, and it is time for one of our favorite parts of the show, Contipelli's Countdown, right here on The Crown.
That's right, and with it being launch week, it got me thinking, what have been the 5 most maybe memorable moments, games in recent history here amongst our Cincinnati teams? And starting off the countdown on this one, I have to shout out the Reds back in 2023, going on that 12-game win streak. And as we're seeing Joey Votto here, just a plethora of home runs by Votto, and especially, that game-tying solo shot that really, secured that 12th victory in a row. It was just a great moment for the Redlegs there.
Unbelievable win streak for the Reds, but a true passing of the torch during this win streak from one era to the next, and I think that's really the coolest thing about this. It's not really just the tail end of Votto's career. He was still playing great baseball at the time, and Ellie De La Cruz breaking onto the scene. So perfect synergy there from one great to another, and here we go.
Yeah, man, this streak, so much fun. Seeing Votto is like, what could have? It's like watching the one Joe Burrow touchdown pass to AJ Green. Like, if only there had been a few more years where they could be together when they were peaking at the right time. But yes, heck of a streak, heck of a moment. The city connects, the Ellie breakout, all of it. Love it.
Love all of it. And also the fact that they had 5 straight come from behind wins to wrap up the back part of that win streak.
Good Matt McClain.
Right? There were a lot of things were working for that Reds team. Moving on to number 4 on the countdown moments. Have to give a little love and shout out to FC Cincinnati in 2023, winning the Supporter Shield for best regular season record. A staggering 65 points in just their 5th MLS season. Absolutely dominating, the rest of MLS there to earn their first trophy in team history.
Yep, love this. Love that they were able to get it done. And look, there's pressure. There's a stigma with Cincinnati teams and cups and championships and trophies and shields. And for FC Cincinnati to get it done, boom, what was certainly huge. Love that it made the list.
And get it done so early in their tenure as a franchise. Just being a champion here in Cincinnati, great for the fans, of course.
With it being so early in their franchise, they're just the 2nd fastest expansion team to win the Supporter Shield, trailing only LAFC, who did it just a little bit quicker in their 2nd season compared to the 5th season for FC Cincinnati, but the 16th different team at the time to win the Supporter Shield. Just a mark of really good things that have happened for FC Cincinnati, and as we've seen this year too, hopefully they stay in it in the Eastern Conference race and get back to that form of being in the playoffs consistently.
Yeah, I just paid homage to Dave Lapham with the coffin nails there. But I'm thinking, should I have went Xavier with the zip 'em up? Should I have went, which way do you do it with the shield? I'm not sure exactly. Regardless, though, heck of a feat. And we won't see it this early this year. We might not see it this year for FC Cincinnati, but hopefully we see it in the near future.
Yeah, a lot of time after the break to get back on track. Keep fighting in the Eastern Conference.
Next up on the countdown, I'm not sure which of these guys is going to love this, which one's going to hate it. I don't really know what the debate's going to be like, but UC Bearcats, when they made the college football playoff in 2021, that was an exciting time, especially capturing the American Conference Championship right here at Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati with that 35-20 win over Houston.
Yep, beat down, loved it. Sauce Gardner off the edge with a huge sack in this one that kind of separated it, kind of gave UC the advantage. I just remember the thinking when I was on the field at Nippert, oh my, they're going to go to the college football playoff. And don't talk about what happened after. I'm not going to allow you to talk about what happened after. I'm just kidding. Go.
It was awesome that UC made the playoff.
Go ahead.
It was a huge thing for the sport of college football to give a team undefeated like that in the group of 5 a bite at the apple in the college football playoff. Game wasn't pretty, but when you take a step up in competition like that, it rarely is.
You're talking about the Cotton Bowl, obviously.
Yes.
And I didn't have super high expectations for it. In hindsight, I think they could have competed, and it could have been closer. And the Desmond Ridder factor. Alec Pierce translated. Sauce Gardner translated. There were NFLers on that Bearcats roster. A really big moment for the University of Cincinnati, and here's why. Luke Fickell said no to Notre Dame. You lose Freeman. if he doesn't say no to Notre Dame and is willing to do that ahead of time, ahead of the matchup against Alabama, well, then maybe Freeman becomes a Bearcat. It's just a really interesting butterfly effect that ends up happening. Luke Fickell leaves a year later, and you know what happens. So, yeah, just wild to think about there, but a huge moment in the history of UC.
Massive moment. And to what you said, too, like there were so many just NFL caliber talented players on the field between, Luke Fickell, obviously they're at head coach, but Desmond Ridder, Jerome Ford, Alex Pierce, Sauce Gardner. It was just an insane amount of talent that the Bearcats had this season. And yeah, tough. Really wish that game in the Cotton Bowl would have gone a little bit differently for our Bearcats.
That makes one of us.
Alec Pierce had Alabama searching.
I watched
Couldn't
that game.
Stop him. He
Watched
was
that
wide
game
open.
from the press box, and the amount of times we screamed, "How is he so open?" I can't. I'll never forget it. If Desmond Ridder hits a couple throws, UC's playing in that championship.
That's what everybody on the first word team would be saying and will be saying if Chad ever has the guts to guard me. How is he so open?
All right.
How is he so open?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but we are going to move on to number 2 on the countdown, and I really don't know how they're going to take this one because I have the Bengals AFC Championship win over the Chiefs in at number 2. It is not number 1 on my list. We can get into the debate there when we get to number 1, but obviously the largest comeback in AFC Championship history. They were down 21-3, came back to beat the Chiefs 27-24 for their 3rd Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What the season that comes out of nowhere. Young Joe coming off the ACL. I'm on the field there somewhere. Obviously, they're not following me. Wasn't allowed. One of my favorite stories about this. No one was allowed on the field. Me, and I'm not going to rat who else out. But multiple riders made it down on the field, had video proof, and it was such a surreal thing to see a team that had won 4 games the year prior, didn't have expectations like this, and make it to the Super Bowl and win at Arrowhead when they were down 21-3 in the first half. Just wild, wild, wild.
Yeah, I was at this game, and I don't even think it really hit me till I got back to the hotel room. Like, it was just such an unbelievable feeling for the Bengals to be headed to the Super Bowl. I mean, it was just a few weeks ago I had never seen them win a playoff game, and now they're headed to a Super Bowl. It was something I couldn't wrap my head around. It was something I'll never forget, sitting in Arrowhead Stadium for that game.
Yeah, definitely one for the memory books. I was sitting in the press conference for this game, or press box for this game, and just getting to see all of the celebration and everything unfold from such a high level. Arrowhead was just such a special and unique kind of moment in that too. But the reason I have it at number 2 is because emotionally, I feel like number 1 here that's going to be on the countdown that we can show next hit a little bit harder for the fans of Cincinnati because it was the wild card win over the Raiders, ending the 31-year playoff drought with the Jermaine Pratt pick right there in the end zone. I mean, this moment and just what it felt like at Paycor Stadium, I still get chills kind of going back to this point in time.
Marisa, I could not agree more. This is the no doubt number 1 for me as well. Breaking the 31-year streak of playoff win drought is unbelievable, and to do it there where you're only up 7, the Raiders are driving, it got nervous in Paycor, and you were hugging everyone that was within arm's reach of you and made more friends than I could count on both hands. That was one of the best nights I've ever had being a Bengals fan.
All right, so full disclosure, I'm covering this game from the press box, and the 2024 team was known for this, where I write 52 versions of a story before the actual one. The Denver Broncos game is probably the most different game stories and headlines I wrote. I only had one here. There was never a doubt, never a moment I thought the Raiders were winning this game, never a moment I thought Joe Burrow was going to lose to Derek Carr. And yes, I was a part of the Jeremy Hill. I remember that. I remember the 05 Cars. I just always thought, yeah, they're going to beat the Raiders today. So for me, it was very Joe Burrow after was yeah, this is expected. And Sam's no, you don't understand. And Joe's no, this is what we do. I was already thinking past it. I totally get it though in the stands and the relief. Especially from a young Jacob Tissot who was in the stands for the Jeremy Hill, Vontaze Burfict, Pat Jones. What are you doing on the field, Jared Porter? I get it. I understand.
It was flashbacks.
This felt so much different.
It did, and you're absolutely right.
It felt so much different.
I've just seen this break, not the Bengals way, so many times. It's nice to finally
I
win one.
think so. Another reason why I had to put this at number one, and James, it's kind of what you were saying, like this game made it known that this was going to be a standard that Joe Burrow and this team was setting, and I feel like this really set the tone for the rest of the way that playoff, series and, kind of ran, and I really struggled. I wanted to put that win at Tennessee on this list too, because I know for me personally, like I was a little emotional after that win, and then getting the first road playoff win in franchise history. It was hard to leave that one off, but the fact that they did this one at home and just really set the stage for them with the Super Bowl run.
Yeah, I think the Tennessee one is a good one because Joe Burrow was so afterward. It was it's just a week later, and he was like, man, that one was hard. We're going to enjoy this one. And it was a much different Joe a week later because he was dealing with Jeffrey Simmons, and he was getting pressured like crazy, and he got sacked 7 times and everything that went into that. And yeah, there was something about that team, and it kind of changed the standard. So pick one, pick them all.
Right.
What a wild run that was to Super Bowl 56. And because of this scenario right here, I thought against the Rams, 3rd down, obviously the Logan Wilson call, I thought same thing was going to happen. The defense was going to get the stop in the red zone. Obviously, they came up a play short.
Definitely looking forward and eager to see what moments and games coming up, maybe this season, future seasons, will be added to this list. But something I am looking forward to is what's coming up next here on First Word, because we have plenty more to get to today. A little bit more Reds, a little bit more Bengals, a lot more for you right after the break. We are with you until 11 o'clock here on The Crown.
And for the first time in 31 years, Cincinnati, your Bengals have won a playoff game.
First down, Cincinnati.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, and I'm the May Queen here at Braxton's May Fest. This is the 3rd year in a row I've been the May Queen, and actually the 3rd year since they brought it back after maybe a decade hiatus. What May Fest is pretty much the Oktoberfest of the springtime, to put it in layman's terms. So May Fest opens the summer season, and Oktoberfest ends the summer season. So here we are, just Bavarian stuff all day long. I already had a beer and a pretzel. I'm about to get a sausage. So I started making flower crowns, I think like 10 years ago for fun, maybe for the Kentucky Derby, and now I make them all the time. I made this one. Me and my bestie made it. I change it every year. I expand on it or change it every year, the colors. What colors do you think I should put on my baton here I'm gonna make? Excellent. I was thinking the same exact thing. When do you feel the most beautiful? Tomorrow. Huh? Tomorrow? Did you yesterday? No? Well, I think you're gorgeous. Even without the crown. You're always beautiful in my eyes. A raspberry cake?
I kind of liked it.
Kinda. Did your dad like it?
He didn't eat any.
You didn't eat any of it?
Because I gave
No
him
carbs, huh? He's in a low carb diet. What I like to do is take the flower like this and wrap it around the main vine. Okay? There you go. You're welcome. I'm not gonna lie, as someone who got a D in art class when I was a kid, turned out all right. High five, girlfriend. It matches all the colors in your dress. Hopefully we do this every year at Mayfest, because you can never queen enough, I tell you what. All righty, everybody say queen. All right, girls, are we ready for this? Yeah. All right, let's go. Hi, my name is Natalie Jones. Just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, the Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
You know, it's things happen throughout the course of the NFL season. You never want to be watching playoff games at home, and it does keep you up at night, no doubt about it. And we all felt it. We all felt like we needed to get better, and so it's definitely something that, in terms of urgency, we all felt it.
The beat goes on here on First Word. Welcome in to the debut show. And thank you so much for making us part of your morning. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli joining us in 10 minutes, one-on-one with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant GM, on Dexter Lawrence, on the Bengals offseason, on Joe Burrow talking Super Bowl, and so much more. You're not going to want to miss that interview. You're not going to want to miss it. And if you're looking for the latest on Ellie, a series preview with the Reds, we got that coming up next hour as well, right here on First Word. Thanks for making us part of your day. And let's dive into the poll question of the day. And this is going to be a regular occurrence here on First Word, where we ask you to chime in. And this one's simple. The Bengals are favored in 15 of 17 games this season. Is that too high, too low, or just right? 54.8% of you say too high, 39.1% say just right, but just right, and 6.1% say too low. Jacob, is that just right, too high, or too low?
It's just right for me, but I do want to take a second and applaud the 6% of people that said it's too low. Love their mindset going into the season. Get that bullish. Up to 17, run the table. I'm all for it. But yeah, looking at the percentages there, I'm surprised more people didn't fall in the just right category with how the Bengals schedule fell opponents-based or opponents-wise. Really only one game that they're favored in that I could see being spun as an underdog, and that's the Chiefs game coming in here. But still, a lot of questions about the Kansas City Chiefs as well. They're underdogs on the road against the Texans and on the road against the Ravens. I don't think you're putting them as underdogs at home against divisional teams. And the Browns are a joke, and Aaron Rodgers is 45. So I don't think you're a dog on either road divisional games outside of the Ravens either. So I think this makes complete sense to me. It's about where I'd have it. Some of the spreads are very, very close to each other, but I was not surprised to see this.
We're going to get to some of your responses on social, just looking at YouTube chat. Cincy B says too high. Mon, my guy Mon, says too high. Sharon says too low. Tom Burton says too high. Let's get to some of the responses on social as well, because I got to be honest, expectations are high for this Bengals team. And so Jay King says, as much as I would love for the Bengals to win 15 games, we all know how that goes. Some of those wins that you're supposed to have, you're not going to get. Some of the ones you're supposed to lose, you could win expecting more of 12 or 13, and that's fine, and that aligns with what Jacob said. Like, you could win 12 or 13 and still be favored in 15. In fact, I would say if they win 12 or 13, they may end up favored in 16 out of 17, depending. Now, the two they aren't favored in are early in the season, of course. Cincy B, that might be the same one as in the YouTube chat, maybe. Bro, they ain't winning 15 games. I'd love it if they did, but they're just not that team. I'm hoping for 12. 12 would tie the most wins in franchise history. And then we have one more response here. This one from Burrow Believer. It feels too high, but our schedule is really bad. I get it. I understand it. Yeah. And look, this is... expectations are really, really high. For sure. I think that's what this is an indicator of. One, because of the lines. Two, they can adjust with injuries or different things like that. And that's what's interesting to me. When I look at the Bengals favored in 15 of 17, that feels different, looks different than when you look at, oh, well, they have the 7th best odds in the AFC, right, or the 8th best, depending on which sportsbook you look at, right on the fringe playoff team-wise from that. And so that's what's funny to me about it. But if you go game to game, and we're going to play the schedule game. You're going to hear from Marisa, like I said, with Steve Radicevic coming up at 10, the Bengals assistant GM. She's going to play the schedule game. Jacob's going to play the schedule game. I'm going to play the schedule game. We're going to make predictions for this Bengals team. I'm not sure any of us are going to have them 15-2. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't necessarily be favored in 15 games. And I think that's the balance with the poll question. It's almost a trick poll question. Keep you on your toes here, First Word viewers, because plenty of polls coming your way.
It is. Pay attention to the verbiage. I think that's always important because I would certainly vote that it's unlikely the Bengals win 15 games. But I think a lot of the people disagreeing in the comments end up agreeing. By saying 15's too high, they're going to end at 12 or 13 wins, then they should be favored in 15 games if they're a 13-win team in the NFL this year. Sure, sometimes those coin flips, those 1.5-point spreads don't go your way, but they should be favored in the games they're favored in. They should be a legitimate contender this year.
Yep, and we will play the schedule game not today, but soon, because First Word's with you every single weekday, 7 to 11. Up next, Bengals assistant GM Steve Radicevic in studio right here on First Word.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, and today we're at the Acres here in Evendale, Ohio. It actually has been around for 70 years and was just redone in 2022. And I'm going to get a golf lesson from the one and only Brett Birchikoff. Brett, get on in here. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
No.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm even worse at golf. I did take a golf lesson once when I was 20 years old. I haven't really golfed since that day. All right. So now we're going to take a look around the Acres and see just exactly where we are. There's so much fun stuff to do here.
It's really cool.
So what's great about the Acres is it's a whole family event. They have 16 bays inside. They're open year round and 22 bays outside. And then you're going to look over here. We got family fun putt-putt. I'm even worse at putt-putt, okay? First timer, so what do I need to know?
Okay, so kind of three things, three pillars. I like to call them posture, just like your stance to the ball, kind of your address, the grip of the club, how you grip it, and then your alignment, your aim.
Posture,
grip, and alignment.
Alignment.
PGA. PGA.
That's what the PGA means?
No, feet kind of shoulder width apart, maybe a little wider.
All right.
You want to bend at the hips a little bit.
Okay.
And just a good athletic stance. Next is the grip. Easiest way for beginners to learn is like that.
Hold on, do you do this?
I do that. Feet a little wider. The shoes are going to be tough, but
yeah, these
there
are stable. You ready?
Good swing. A little shorter swing.
Swing and a miss.
Got it out there.
Down the first baseline, baby. I really am trying really hard.
There you go.
Look at that!
Dead straight.
You're a great teacher.
Dead straight.
Heck yeah!
Wow.
Jesus. No, so here's the, want me to yeah, you know, pretty much an expert here now.
Paul Fritchner back here for another Rebound Rundown local update, this time for the Xavier Musketeers under second-year head coach Richard Pitino, turning over some of the roster, but not quite as much as last year in his first season when he basically had to put together an entirely new team. He brings back some faces from this past year's team. Jovan Milicevic, the only one who played. Gabe Pizzato, expected to be a key player on this upcoming season's team. He had a torn meniscus. Cason Westfall redshirted as well. Jovan Milicevic, a really crucial star player for Xavier, is back. And then they add a couple of SEC starters in Mike Nwoko, the starting center from LSU, Ruben Dominguez, a sharpshooter from Texas A&M, plus Chance Westry, a point guard from UAB, True Washington, who played for Richard Pitino at New Mexico, then went to Miami, Florida. He is back playing for Richard Pitino, a really talented two-way player. A lot of pieces to be excited about on this Xavier team, and you can stay tuned for all of that and more right here on the Rebound Rundown.
Welcome to First Word, Cincinnati's only morning sports show, breaking down the biggest moments and the stories shaping Cincinnati sports with analysis that cuts through. First Word, setting the agenda in Cincinnati sports.
Happy Monday and welcome in to First Word. I'm James Rapien and it is our debut right here on The Crown. Hopefully you've been joining us since 7 a.m. and if not, and you're just joining us, well, you picked the perfect time because we're going to hear from Bengals Assistant General Manager Steve Radicevic in just a second right here as Marisa Contipelli sits down with the Bengals Assistant GM, the man who really helped get the Dexter Lawrence trade done. That, Joe Burrow, and much, much more ahead for you with Steve Radicevic. But we just wanted to say thank you for watching, for tuning in right now, whether it's on RESN, whether it's on YouTube, live on X, or on Mixlr listening. We are your morning sports show, Cincinnati, and excited to be with you each and every morning, 7 to 11, right here on First Word. So without further ado, let's get to our Queen City Spotlight. Marisa Contipelli goes one-on-one with Bengals Assistant GM Steve Radicevic.
It's time for a Queen City Spotlight here on The Crown, and I am honored to be joined by Bengals Assistant General Manager Steve Radicevic. Steve, appreciate you spending some time and stopping by the studio.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
So I have to start off by asking the big splash of the offseason, the Bengals trading for a guy like Dexter Lawrence. Just what would your reaction have been if I told you on January 1st that Dexter Lawrence was going to be a Bengal in just a few short months?
Excited, fired up. He's a difference maker, and we're really excited to see what he can bring to our team.
Steve, with bringing in a guy like Dexter Lawrence, just as much as you can share, just what goes into a trade like that, and what was that process like?
Again, there's a lot of meetings on it. You have to make sure that you're able to fit him on the cap, right? And Katie and Troy did a good job of making that happen. You have to make sure the compensation was right with the Giants, and again, that was a lot of meetings, conversations, and then once you get comfortable enough to pull the trigger, we were able to do it.
About how long does something, a process like that, usually kind of take?
It just depends. With this one, it was a few weeks. Someone that we had wanted to target before, but just were never able to do it. This one was a couple-week process.
Obviously, Dexter's reputation, speaks for itself. He's the best nose tackle in football. But why was he a player that this team wanted to target, and how do you see him fitting in? Really, again, just to hit on who he is as a person. We did all our research. We did all our homework on him. We talked to players that have been around him. We talked to coaches that have been around him. We felt like he was going to be someone that would be able to come in and elevate our locker room, elevate our club just as a person. Now, as a player, the tape pretty much speaks for itself. When you watch the guy on tape, he's constantly taking on double teams. He's able to split the double team. He's still able to affect the quarterback just in terms of who he is as a pass rusher and how much power he has to bowl and collapse a pocket. And that we felt like that was something that we were missing last year. So when you have a guy like that that's able to drive centers back, and now you've got DNs that kind of are able to close the edge, we felt like in terms of what he was going to be able to bring to our defense, he was going to be able to benefit us. So you mentioned a lot of meetings, a lot of time goes into this process, but what is it like for you when it's finally over, it's official, Dexter's a Bengal? Is it like a big sigh of relief almost? Yeah, again, there were so many layers to it, and I would say it just really started to pick up the weekend that it happened going into it. We're talking to the Giants. We finally get the green light to move forward with it. We were able to negotiate and try to get a contract in a good place with his representatives. And, even then, you didn't feel great about it because you still need to bring him out and you need to go through the physical part of it. We brought him out. Everything checked out. And, it is a huge sigh of relief when you're able to finally get that processed. And it also just speaks volumes that, the team had never traded a top 10 draft pick before, but obviously a guy like Dexter, warranted moving on from the 10th overall pick to bring in a caliber player like him?
Yeah, it's again, it's something that we had to discuss tirelessly, and it was meeting after meeting, and are we making the right decision for the club? And we felt like at the end of the day, it was the right decision, and we are very happy with having done it.
What does a move like this kind of say to, the fan base or even, the other players in the locker room, that the team went out and brought in a Dexter Lawrence and gave up, a top 10 draft pick to do so?
Yeah, I mean, we felt like we needed to take a swing, and we did. And again, we feel like he is not only going to be able to impact our club this year, but for future years, and hopefully get us to what our goal is.
The fan base has just been so excited and, reinvigorated by this. Has that same kind of jolt and energy been felt through the front office and between the players and coaching staff?
No doubt about it. I mean, you feel the energy in there every day with the players working out. There is a different, you can feel the energy and the presence that he brings in that locker room. There's players that, I just see following him through the locker room, trying to learn from him, trying to see what, obviously the experience that he has in this game, and try to pick little things here and there from him. But yeah, all in all, you can just feel the energy from the club out there.
Now, Steve, this is your 15th season with the club. Just where does this offseason maybe rank for you? When you look back kind of, at all the off seasons you've been a part of.
I don't know if I can put a specific ranking on it, but I will say that it was one of the more exciting off seasons that we've had. It took, we do have a process in terms of how we evaluate players and how we stack them on the board and how we stack them in free agency. There are always going to be twists and turns, and you can't predict where players are going to sign in free agency, and you can't predict where they're going to get drafted. But we have a good plan and a good process to attack it in free agency and attack it in the draft, and we are very excited with how everything shook out.
Now, earlier this offseason, Joe Burrow had his press conference media availability, and he said in there, "We are going to win a Super Bowl." It sounded like a fact coming from Joe. When your franchise quarterback comes out and says something like that, just what kind of, energy or, what does that do for a front office and an organization?
I mean, that's our goal. That's why we all sign up. That's why we signed up for this job. That's why the players signed up. We're all here to win a Super Bowl, and we're all invested heavily into it. We're all putting the time in to get to that, to try to get to that ring. And yeah, I mean, obviously, Joe making a comment like that, and that's why we're signed up to do this. We want to win a Super Bowl.
I don't think there's any doubt about it that Joe, along with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, all seem like they're in their prime right now of their career. Is there any added, pressure or feeling that, this is the window, this is the time to now go get that ring?
Yeah, you feel it, I think, every year. I think every team's the same way. Like everyone feels like it's a year-to-year business, but we're going to win it this year. We're going to win it next year. We feel like we've constructed a roster that's good enough this year, and it's going to be good enough for future years to set up to where we can be a successful franchise for years to come.
Now, with that roster you've built, Joe also said this is the most talented group and talented roster that he's been a part of. Just as one of the guys who helped construct that roster, just what do you take away when you hear, someone like Joe making such a bold statement like that?
It's a positive comment, right? I mean, you're not going to take it in a negative way, but obviously we're not done. Like, we still feel like there's work on our end that we need to do, and are we happy with where things are and the way the offseason went out? Yes, but we're still working to try to build as many pieces as we can to try to get us the Super Bowl ring.
I know it's easy for fans to just say, go out and sign a player, go out and do this, go out and do that, but there's so much more that really goes into, especially when it comes to the salary cap and some of the limitations that you guys have. Just what's maybe something that fans misunderstand about the cap, or just the way that you guys are able to kind of construct contracts or spend the money?
Yeah, there's always that part of it, right? Like, you wish you can go out and sign as many players as you want and as many players as you can, but we have to try to make it fit, and we don't want to do things that will hurt this team in the long run, but we also want to build our team to win now. Mm-hmm. So there is a balance to it, and I think ownership and Katie and Troy do a great job of managing the cap and handling it the right way. And again, not putting the team in jeopardy in the next couple years and setting us up to where we can have long-term success.
So not only did the team make splashes in free agency, but the draft was a huge weekend for this organization too. Before we get into talking too much about some of these draft picks that are now on the roster, just what is your favorite part about draft weekends?
The favorite part of draft weekend for me personally is just you spend so much time in the fall, time away from your family, time away from your kids. You're going into school visits. You're getting as much background as you can on players. You're spending time with coaches. You're spending time with players at All-Star games. You're interviewing them. You're watching the tape. You're spending countless of hours meeting as a staff and trying to stack the board. And then here you are. It's a 3-day process during the draft. And it's a cool feeling when you're able to select players that you've personally and as a group worked on and are able to bring to this club.
I know analytics has been talked about so much over the years too. Has that changed much of the scouting process maybe over the last couple of years?
To us, it's a tool and it's a useful tool. We have a great group of people that research on that end, and it's a useful tool, just as everything else that we incorporate when we're drafting a player, from the medical staff to the strength staff, again, to the analytics. We're looking at the whole package as a player and how does he fit for our club and how is he going to build us for long-term success.
With the 41st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Cassius Howell, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Some of those draft picks that are now Bengals. On the defensive side, obviously, like Cassius Howell, to me, was one of the bigger splashes. They shocked he was still there in the second round. Just how do you see him and Sicario and some of the, the young defensive players, presenting on this team?
Again, it's a group that we spent a lot of time on as a group, whether we brought them in for visits, we spent time with them at the school visit, we spent time talking to their coaches. Collectively, it's a young core group. They're all talented, so we know that part just from watching the tape. But again, we feel confident in who they are as people, players, their competitiveness, their willingness to win, and they all want to win a Super Bowl. And it's an exciting group. Another thing that I think sticks out to me with a lot of the players that we drafted this year is just their position versatility. And we didn't draft players that can just line up and play at one position. We feel like they're players that can line up at multiple spots. It's a talented group that has the right mentality.
What about a guy too like Colby Young? All the talent in the world coming into kind of a crowded receivers room when you look at, Jamar and T and then Andre in that room. Just is the thought to have him, really come in and compete for, playing time, but then also on special teams?
Yeah, that would be more so a question for the coaches. But again, just as a player and doing the eval, and just watching in the last few weeks, he's a big, tall, rangy receiver that has really good catch radius. I'm excited to see when he gets in pads. And again, the fun thing is just the way that these guys are wired, and it'll be fun to watch them put on pads and compete during training camp.
Steve, appreciate you stopping by, and that's been your Queen City Spotlight.
Thanks for having me on.
Good stuff there from Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant GM, but guess what? That's just part one. We'll continue the conversation and hear more from Steve next, right here on First Word.
I'm James Rapien, and this is your First Word Bengals Minute. Joe Burrow is undoubtedly one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. We know that. He knows that. But can he be the best? Well, earlier this offseason, he said he wanted to throw for 48 touchdowns, that it was doable. If he hits that mark, it would give him 205 in his career, which would be #1 all-time, passing Andy Dalton in Bengals history. And that mark is one thing, but becoming the best on the planet is another. And Joe Burrow, for my money, has the chance, has the potential, has the ability to be the best quarterback on the planet, and it's up to him to show it this year. Is 48 touchdowns doable? Absolutely. How about the NFL all-time single-season record at 55 that Peyton Manning set way back in 2013? Joey B, let's see you get that done. For more on the Bengals, make sure you check out First Word every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new shit around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
It's time for another Tissot's Take here on First Word, and the Reds have gotten incredibly lucky with one of the best young players in baseball. Elly De La Cruz playing shortstop every day here in Cincinnati is a sight to behold. One of the most exciting players in baseball, and this year he has taken the step from the what can he be to the what is he, and what he is a superstar. Elly De La Cruz is one of the best players in all of baseball. He does things that other stars only dream of. Throws a ball 100 miles an hour from shortstop to first, hits a ball 450 feet halfway up the right field bleachers. Elly De La Cruz is a marvel to watch on the baseball diamond, and there's not many built like him. This is a player that the Reds have no dream of signing in free agency on the open market. Have to get stars like this through the minors, and they did so with Elly De La Cruz coming up, and he is performing this year. You're watching First Word on the Crown Network. Stay tuned till 11 a.m. for more on the Reds and Bengals.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
First Word rolls on here on a Monday, a debut edition here in the Queen City. I'm James Rapien. Thank you so much for making us part of your day with you 7 to 11 right here on The Crown each and every day. And it's time for part two of Marisa's conversation with Steve Radicevic, where they dive into the offensive line, including Amarius Mims.
It's time for a Queen City Spotlight, joined by Bengals Assistant General Manager Steve Radicevic. I'm excited to see, too, some of the younger guys take that next step in their development, like Amarius Mims and Dylan Fairchild. Just how important is, their development and growth to what, this team is looking to do?
It's funny. I mean, you see the growth in them in the maturity and the leadership that they're starting to take on in the locker room. As you hit on Amarius, just seeing him kind of take on some of these younger guys on the practice field, and it's wild because and time flies, right? Like, you still picture him as a rookie out there, but he's not. Like, he's starting to come into his own, and it is fun seeing some of those players that we drafted a couple years ago starting to develop now as leaders and take some of these younger guys on that we drafted.
What's it like when you're evaluating, especially offensive linemen? Obviously, the team added 2 more in the draft this year with Brian Parker and Connor Liu, and just seeing how those evaluations, kind of come to fruition then when you actually see those guys out on the field.
Yeah, we all know athletically they're what we wanted, right? Like the biggest test will be once they put on pads and they're lined up against Dexter Lawrence and BJ and Jonathan Allen and some of the other guys that we've got in the interior. So that'll be the biggest test for them. But right now we're happy with the way they're looking during OTAs and moving and the way they're picking it up. And they're both really smart, high football IQ players that are competitive.
So there is a couple of guys that are up for extensions, DJ Turner and Dax Hill being, two of the bigger headliner names. When it comes to, those guys and some of the others that could be, up for an extension, is there a priority level or hope that, one or more of these get done before the season starts?
The players that we drafted, so we want to try to keep them. Again, when I kind of go back to this cap situation and where we are, there's things that we're going to have to work through. But yeah, they're priority players to us. They've made huge plays and have made huge impacts on our club over the last couple of years, and we're going to work to try to get some of these players locked in long term.
I feel like too, especially for both DJ and Dax, they had to go through some adversity early in their career, but really the two of them seemed to break out last season. What's that like for you in the scouting department, knowing what you saw out of them in college and that they could be big contributors and playmakers for this team and really seeing it come to life last year?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's how you kind of, that's a success of a draft, right? Like you ideally, the first part is getting them in the building, and then how do they develop and how do they fit into the scheme that we're trying to implement. I think once those players started to get more comfortable in what we were doing on that side of the ball, you could see their confidence start to rise, their play start to rise. So yeah, again, it is a good feeling once they start getting on the field and once they start making contributions to the team and playing at a high level and getting comfortable with the scheme.
So right now the team is in the midst of the off-season program, OTAs, and then minicamp is going to be rolling up here in June. Just what is the importance for this time for you in the scouting department? Is it evaluating the talent and who's on the roster here in Cincinnati, or is it starting to game plan or map out what the rest of the season, off season might look like, and then eventually getting into going out and scouting the college athletes?
Yeah. So just at this point of the year, again, like the rookies are just on the field. They're just kind of running through more athletic type drills, a little bit of team, seeing how they pick it up. As a scouting department, we'll all go out to Marco Island for national meetings this week and try to get a rundown on next year's draft players. So we are starting to get a jump start on that now. When we come back, we'll finish up OTAs. We'll have a break once that last OTA break happens. When we come back, then that's our focus is just, okay, what do we have on our roster now? Maybe some areas that we need to improve on. And then we'll start digging in on pro tape on other teams as the preseason games start to roll and evaluating the current players that we have on our roster.
For those rookies who are on the field for the first time with all these veterans and the coaching staff, what's the biggest thing you're looking for, to see out of some of these young players?
Really, how fast can they pick it up? And there's a lot that gets thrown at them, especially this early. And really, it's how fast can they pick it up? How fast can they process it? How fast can they take it out on the field and learn it?
Do you feel like at this point, as we sit here, getting ready for June, that the roster is in a pretty good spot, or is it, would you like to, maybe add, pieces here or there?
I think we feel pretty good with where it currently is. It's like anything. It's last year I've kind of hit on this a few times with some of the late additions we had last year with Dalton. It's never complete and it's never set. You're always looking at areas that you can improve on, but I think currently at this point we do feel pretty good with where it's at.
Not even one full year in Cincinnati, but what was your general impression of how you fit, how you felt about your time here with the Bengals?
Man, I've loved wearing the stripes from the moment I stepped in here. I feel like my whole career, throwing it all the way back to draft prep, the Cincinnati Bengals fans have been calling for Reisner to be in Cincinnati. So it was such a blessing, looking at the camera, for a few of these to be able to come here and to be able to be welcomed by you fans, be welcomed and be a Cincinnati Bengal. It was truly a pleasure for me, man.
With a guy like Dalton who, came in and seems like he's fit so seamlessly into that offensive line, what was, that evaluation and, process like with him leading up to, him becoming a Bengal?
constant communication with his agent. We talked all throughout last year, throughout the offseason, throughout OTAs, throughout training camp, and really it just was a matter of fit. And we were fortunate that we were able to make it work with him here, and he felt like this was a good fit for him. We felt like it was a good fit for us, and obviously it was, and he had a good season for us last year, and it paid off for him this year.
With the way he played last season and just that chemistry he had on the offensive line, did that feel like we definitely want to bring Dalton back for 2026?
No doubt about it. Yeah, he's wired the right way. He's in terms of the leadership and the presence that he brings in the locker room, he's what we wanted. He's great for Mims in terms of how they worked through a lot of the stuff on the front last year in terms of communication. And so yeah, he's definitely someone that we're excited to get back this year.
Definitely excited he's back in the building too. And when you look at the goals that this team has, I know getting back into the playoffs certainly up there amongst the priority level. But do you feel like missing the playoffs the last 3 seasons, did that add any extra sense of urgency over at Paycor Stadium?
Yeah, no doubt. It's frustrating. It's things happen throughout the course of the NFL season. You never want to be watching playoff games at home. And it does keep you up at night, no doubt about it. And we all felt it. We all felt like we needed to get better. And so it's definitely something that, in terms of urgency, we all felt it.
Do you feel like just given the moves that this front office has made in the offseason, the talent roster returning in 2026, could this be somewhat of a defining season for the organization?
I don't know if you could say it's defining, but I do think it's a strong group of players that have played together now for some time, and I think it's a talented group, and it's a group that we have to go out and try to win a Super Bowl this year.
When you're going through the offseason moves, and especially when it comes to the draft and that evaluation process, is there a challenge of balancing that win now mentality, but also making sure you're building for the future?
No doubt about it. There's always a balance, and there's a balance to it. You don't want to just try to put all your chips in on this year, and then you're looking next year and you're sitting at home. You want to try to set up your team for long-term success, but you also want to win this year. There is a balance to it. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with our cap, and ownership does a great job of managing it and setting us up to be in a spot to where we're not crunched for money and able to fit players like Dexter Lawrence in.
And you had kind of said it, but the goal is to go out and win a Super Bowl. This team wants to win now. Why is this team capable of reaching those goals in 2026?
Again, I always go back to the type of players that are in that locker room. They're all wired the right way. They're all competitive. They all hate to lose. It's a different feel than it's been, I think, just with the moves that we've made. Again, with the addition of Dexter. I think collectively as a group, everyone has the same goal. Everyone wants to win, and you feel it when you're walking through there.
It's interesting you say that it feels different, because I've felt that too, just from the outside, just seeing the moves that the team has made and just the feeling from fans around Cincinnati too. But why has this felt different to you?
Again, no one wants to sit at home and watch the playoffs. And last year was unfortunate. It was a poor season, and we don't want to feel that way again. We want to try to win as many games as possible, and we've worked hard to try to set it up to where we're hopeful that happens this year.
I think it'll happen this year. Steve, so excited for the season to get rolling around here in September. Appreciate you stopping by, and that's been your Queen City Spotlight.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
I loved every second of that. Marisa Contipelli sitting down with Steve Radicevic, the Bengals assistant general manager. If you missed part one, they dove into Dexter. They dove into a lot. You'll see that throughout the week. We'll sprinkle that in, but really, really good stuff there with Marisa and Steve. A quick reminder, if you're just joining us, well, this is First Word, your morning sports show, Cincinnati. Catch us every single weekday, 7 to 11. Make us a habit right here on The Crown. You can watch us on RESN. right there. Whether it's Spectrum, Ultifiber, over the air digitally, or live on YouTube, Mixler, and obviously we'll be wherever you get your podcasts. We couldn't be more excited to be here with you, and plenty to dive into. We'll switch gears. We will dive into the Reds coming up next, but just a quick reminder that the Working Lunch is today at noon. Check out all of our podcasts as well. And man, oh man, the crown is here. Up next, it's Reds baseball. The latest on the Reds, the latest on Elly De La Cruz. We'll get into it next right here on First Word.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, the Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new shit around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Tries That.
Another rebound rundown update, this time for the Cincinnati Bearcats under first-year head coach Jared Calhoun coming over to Clifton from Utah State. And Jared Calhoun having to put together an entirely new roster this year for Cincinnati. Not a single returning player from last year's Bearcat team. Tylen Riley, the headline piece for this roster, a transfer in from Tulsa, the point guard of this group. Miles Colvin, a transfer from Wake Forest, somebody who has national championship game experience from his time at Purdue in that game against UConn. Tyler Tejada out of the CAA from Towson. Riley Allensbach from George Mason. Travion Carson, Jaden Hastings. Eric Mahaffey, the local product from Moeller. Spent his first year at Akron, now finds his way down to UC, plus 3 players who already have experience in Jared Calhoun's system from Utah State. That is a fantastic balance. You have to have a group that has played for a head coach before. Jared Calhoun has that. Much more coverage of the Bearcats on the Rebound Rundown. Stay tuned.
I'm Jacob Tissot, and it's time for another Tissot's Take. The Reds took Chase Burns with the 2nd overall pick in the draft just a couple years ago, and so far in his first full major league season, he's been one of the best pitchers in the National League. A fastball that can touch the triple digits, and it's not even his best pitch, one of the most dominant sliders in baseball. Burns has had a successful ERA, one of the lowest in the league so far, coupled with a top 10 whip in baseball for starting pitchers. He has been dominant on the mound with elite strikeout stuff, struggled a little bit with the walks, but has been able to reel that back in over his last few starts, and seriously looks like one of the best pitchers in baseball at only 23 years old. The sky's the limit for Chase Burns, and that's what you're hoping for if you're the Cincinnati Reds, taking a college pitcher 2nd overall in the draft. I'm Jacob Tissot, and you're watching First Word. Stay tuned till 11 a.m. for more on the Reds and Bengals.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, the Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown, over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Let's keep it rolling here on First Word. I'm James Rapien alongside Jacob Tissot and Marisa Contipelli. Marisa, An absolute awesome interview with Bengals Assistant General Manager Steve Radicevic. We really appreciate him coming in studio. If you're just joining us, Paul Dehner Jr. was in studio as well earlier in the show. Catch those, well, wherever you get your podcast. That's right. We are on Spotify. We are on Apple. We are on the iHeartRadio app. And I know the first 2 hours, guess what? They're already up. So that means if you miss Paul Dehner Jr., you can catch him, but don't go anywhere. We're live right now here on YouTube, Mixler, RESN, and really, really excited about, well, hopefully good news. I said it like it was optimistic. We don't have news yet on Ellie De La Cruz. I was trying to speak it into existence. Honestly,
I thought you were holding something back from
You know
me.
why I'm excited? Because this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of fun seeing your reaction. We appreciate it, whether it's the YouTube live chat, on social media, wherever you're watching, however you may be watching, listening. Thank you. I think that's been the thing over the past 72 hours, 76 hours, whatever it's been since we announced this and made it public. There's been weeks and months and a lot of work and a lot more people than just me and Jacob and Marisa that have been working on this. So thank you so much for embracing it and making it a success from the start, because we feel the love and we want to keep this going. We want to be your one-stop shop every single morning if you're a Cincinnati sports fan.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. I mean, I grew up in this city always wanting a morning sports show, now lucky enough to sit at the desk with you and bring it to the fans who deserve it. I mean, this is one of the best sports cities in the entire country. 2 major teams, and now FC Cincinnati in the mix as well. 3 professional sports teams and no morning show to cover them. That's why we're here, and that's what we're going to do 7 to 11 every day.
Yeah, we are. And huge guest, like I said, Steve Radicevic joined us, working on a few other Bengals guests. We got multiple FC Cincinnati guests, Reds guests scheduled for this week. So just stay tuned right here on First Word. But let's get into the latest on Ellie De La Cruz. He pulled his hamstring, or hurt his hamstring, or tweaked his hamstring, or maybe his hamstring is just tight. Here's what Terry Francona had to say after yesterday's 6-4 win over the Braves.
Listed as tightness in the hamstring. Do you know the severity yet?
Yeah, and the reason they said that is he feels like he caught it before it did anything worse. Saying that, we're going to get him scanned at 9 in the morning, and we'll know more.
You guys take a big kind of pause when Ellie leaves the game because everybody knows how Ellie likes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the heart and soul of this team. You know, when everyone thinks Reds right now, they're thinking Ellie De La Cruz. Hopefully it's nothing serious on that end. So, you know, we just got to hope and pray and see what happens. And regardless, just kind of keep showing up right now and trying to win ball games.
Let's hope, pray, cross all of our fingers. Cross them. Can you do it? Yes. Look, they're throwing up gang signs on First Word. No, look, hey, if that's what it takes to keep Ellie's hamstring,
whatever
right?
It takes.
That's right. That's it. Whatever it takes. Look, you just heard J.J. Blade, who's been awesome for the Reds this year, what Ellie means, and it's a ton to the clubhouse, to the team, obviously from an excitement standpoint, but from a talent standpoint, he's been so consistent this year. The last thing you need is Ellie to miss significant time. Look at that. That 288 batting average is just hitting over the 500-plus slugging percentage. I love what I've seen from Ellie this year. Consistency is key to being a star, and he's been consistent so far.
So much of the conversation around Ellie De La Cruz for the first 2 years he was in the majors has been what his ceiling is and the chance he has to become a great player. This year, he's just been a great player, and I think that's why this is really such a hard pill to swallow for most Reds fans, and I'm sure the Reds players and staff as well, because he's finally showing you what we thought we'd see from him on a consistent basis at shortstop for the Reds. He's evened out the defense quite a bit. He's hitting from both sides of the plate. He's been an awesome player, really from the start of this season all the way through now. And the only thing that held him back at any point last season was a lower body injury. Now, obviously hope this doesn't ripple through the rest of the season. Hope he can take enough time off to get healthy and come back and not push anything. But this is a guy that refuses to miss baseball games. 162 games last year, 160 the year before. He's not going to sit out unless he's either told he has to or physically has to. Yep. So with something like this where he's saying it's nothing serious quite yet and he's the heart and soul of this team and all of that stuff, I could absolutely see Ellie De La Cruz maybe right now in Terry Francona's office begging to play today. And I just cannot really come to any kind of conclusion, even if the scans are clear, even if he feels fine going through batting batting practice or anything else, that he should be in the lineup today. Elly De La Cruz hasn't had an off day yet this season, even if he is healthy.
Yep.
Maybe today's the day. Let's give him an off day and go on from there.
Maybe.
There's no way he should play today.
None. I don't care. I don't care if the scan says, man, he has the strongest hamstring on the planet. In fact, this hamstring is better than 100%.
Never been stronger.
It's 144%.
The doctors are saying they've never seen a stronger hamstring.
Yeah, strong. Some are saying this is the Superman's hamstring with no kryptonite on the planet.
Still don't play him today.
Still, hey, enjoy the juice on the bench, my man. You're not pinch hitting, you're not pinch running, and you're not playing shortstop. Here's what Elly De La Cruz had to say on his hamstring tightness after the game, courtesy of an interpreter.
Pronto estemos de vuelta.
Well, it's always frustrated. Yes, you're right. I don't like to be out of the game. I mean, but honestly, right now, I don't feel that bad. I feel like, we're going to wait to see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, I would like to see that I can play. I don't know if I'm going to be playing tomorrow. We're going to wait to see what's going on. But, yeah, it's a little frustrated.
Elly, how important was it when you hit the first base bag to realize I'm not going to try and press it, I'm not going to try and do too much and just play it cautious?
¿Qué tan importante crees tú que fue ese momento cuando tú llegaste a primera o antes que llegaste a primera y sentiste lo que sentiste y decidiste tomar la decisión de no seguir porque tú no querías, querías ser precavido?
Claro, bien importante porque yo sentía que si seguía corriendo se podía poner peor, así que yo decidí pararme por eso.
I think it's a really important thing that happened when I make that decision on my own because you really feel that if I keep pushing, it could be worse. So I felt that was the right thing to do.
Do you have any soreness right now, or was it just in that moment?
¿Tú tienes algún tipo de dolor o molestia en este momento o nada más fue ese
O sea, yo siento como que está apretado ahora, pero no dolor.
I don't have pain. No pain, no soreness. You just feel the tightness at this moment.
If the MRI comes back clean, do you feel like you could be back in there pretty soon?
Sí, la resonancia.
Claro. Yo estoy ready.
Yeah,
pero vamos a ver qué dice el MRI.
You got that? He said, I'm ready, but let's see what happens with the MRI. I'm always going to be ready. That's good.
Some optimism-ish there, like, pretty soon. Here's my fear, is very much like if you're watching at home right now, you've battled a sickness or had a sprained ankle or had something, you're like, I'm okay. And you do your thing and you go through it. Athletes do this all the time. Yeah. I remember, I've asked countless athletes in the locker room after a game, they're hurt. Hey, how you doing? You all right? Yeah, I'm good. I'll be fine. Last year, I'm not going to name names. Last year, at the end of the year in the Bengals season, a Bengals player got hurt. I went up to him, asked him, he's fine, limping a little bit. This dude needed surgery and said he was fine, but needed surgery because you feel fine when you're an athlete. That adrenaline's moving. I really hope that the scans come back fine today on Elly, but we got to see it. And until we see it, I'm going to be a nervous wreck because very rarely does an athlete say, I just feel a little tightness, I'm going to stop running. That's very rare with a hamstring. So hopefully this is the case. Hopefully everything Elly said is factual, and hopefully that scan doesn't show anything. But until I see that, I'm going to be nervous.
I don't think that this is something the Reds can overcome if it's long term. I just don't. Whether it's in the lineup or defensively, if Elly De La Cruz is missing a month or a couple weeks here, the Reds are going to really fall off a cliff here. And I think the problem with this timing is this is potentially leading up to an All-Star break and a trade deadline in the summer, where if Ellie's missing 3-4 weeks here potentially, the Reds could get to a point where they're no longer in contention before that time rolls around. And that's not where any of us want to be, certainly in the middle of this summer. But this bullpen is not a competitive bullpen, and there are not other pieces coming. The Reds need to make additions if they're going to try to compete this year. And I'm not even necessarily saying compete for a World Series. If the Reds want to compete for a wild card spot, they either need to get healthy or make some changes in this bullpen. And I don't think you can have a great sense of what this team actually is if Elly De La Cruz isn't going to be out on the field for the next few weeks. So outside of obviously hoping he's healthy, hoping he can get back on the field, hoping he can get back in the lineup for the Reds, as much fun as he is to watch and how much of an engine as he is for the production of this Reds team, it's also just the organizational outlook on this season and next season and beyond. You can't operate around this roster if Elly De La Cruz isn't playing. It's very hard to see what you have. Now, maybe you can get a little bit of help by seeing what you have in Edwin Arroyo up here and playing him there.
It's got to be time.
It has to be.
Well, we had a YouTube poll earlier, and shout out if you're watching on YouTube Live. Like 91% of people said, hey, it's Arroyo time.
It has to be.
It has to be. All right, so let's say that. Let's just say Elly goes on the injured list, even if it's short term. Or if he doesn't and he's just hobbled. Edwin Arroyo, you're bringing him up. How do you handle the infield with Arroyo, McClain, Elly? Let's just assume injured list because I don't want to get into the roster gymnastics. Yes. What are you doing?
I think it's very easy that McClain will be your everyday shortstop. I just think he is. I think that's the position that he's
hitting
played.
196.
I understand.
That sounds like a sale on my favorite chips, Cheetos Flamin' Hots at Walmart. 196.
It's not
By the way,
pretty.
if they were 196, I'd buy a crate of them because they're like triple that right now.
Well, before Elly's injury on Sunday, the plan was to discuss potentially getting Matt McClain out of this Reds lineup. Now it's changed to him potentially being an everyday player without even really thinking about it, because obviously Edwin Arroyo gives you that shortstop flexibility a little bit. That's the position he's played through most of the minors, but McClain's played it at the big league level and played it very, very well. I think it makes a lot of sense to slide Arroyo in at second or even potentially third when McClain is your shortstop. You obviously have Sal Stewart and Suarez that can play third. Spencer Steer looks great at second, and then Nathaniel Lowe can hold down the first base spot. I think the Reds have a pretty decent infield there to work with if Arroyo can translate. I think the place a lot of Reds fans are sitting right now is not too much hope in the AAA bats, because the last few, I guess with the exception of J.J. Bleday, the last few AAA bats that have come up have not translated well. Obviously, Noelvin Marte hitting about 400 in AAA. He was not hitting 400 in his first 27 at-bats before he got sent down for the Reds earlier this year. Rhys Hines, AAA MVP, gets called up and then subsequently DFA'd because he can't really hit major league pitching. So I think a lot of Reds fans are slow to get too eager about AAA production, but Edwin Arroyo is a top prospect in baseball. The Athletic had him ranked in their top 25 in the whole league last week. So this is a guy I'm ready to gamble on and think he can really help this team stay afloat if Elly misses significant time.
Yeah, it could be the blessing there. You unleash a guy like Arroyo. There's the other, the service time element and the Super 2 stuff that me and Jacob have talked about this. It's like, well, if you bring up Arroyo now, it could cost you. And if you're the Reds, you got to be thinking about that because you don't want to get
You've lost the luxury.
I know. That's what stinks. That's another reason.
But you've
That's
lost
another
the luxury
ripple
of
that it took us 3 hours and 47 minutes to get. But like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine? And so if that happens, that'll be a discussion. That's going to be a talking point tomorrow, assuming that Arroyo comes up. And I bet it's going to happen shortly after we end today's show. But the good news is you can take First Word with you wherever you want, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Up next, we're going to put a bow on the show. We'll hear a reason for optimism for the Reds, and we'll talk about Jacob Tissett's favorite Red ahead of today's matchup against the Royals. That, as First Word continues right here on The Crown.
It's no secret that the Bengals made a gigantic move this offseason when they traded for Dexter Lawrence. The 6'4", 340-pound defensive tackle should transform a defense that has been awful over the past couple of years. The Bengals haven't made the playoffs since 2022, in large part because of the departures of key pieces of the teams that went to back-to-back AFC Championship games, teams that were Super Bowl contenders. Are the Bengals a Super Bowl contender with Dexter Lawrence? That remains to be seen. But what we do know is they have an identity on defense, and it revolves around Dexter Lawrence. By trading the 10th pick, the only time in team history they traded a top 10 draft pick for a player, they added a guy that should transform their defense and give them a real shot at getting back to Super Bowl contention. For more on the Bengals, make sure you check out First Word every single weekday, 7 to 11, right here on The Crown.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jones, just your typical 40-year-old Cincinnati girl. Although, no, I'm not married or divorced. I don't have any kids, and I don't live in the neighborhood I grew up in, which is the West Side, by the way. But what I do have is a lot of freaking time, and I've been using it well. So come along with me on this grand adventure, because I've been trying all the new around town that you need to know about. This is Nat Trasnet.
Another rebound rundown, local update, and a huge one here for the Louisville Cardinals, who have spent a ton of money in the transfer portal. They have poured a ton of resources, and this is expected to be a national championship contender, or at least a Final Four contender. It better be with what they have done to assemble this roster. Let's take a look at it now. A coup of players out of the portal. Two of the portal's best, and Flory Badunga, the transfer from Kansas, and Jackson Shellstead, the point guard transfer from Oregon. You add that, somebody you've heard on the rundown before, Deshane Montgomery from Dayton, Alvaro Figueres, a high major transfer as well, Carter Knox, Gabe Dines, all names that if you are a college basketball fan, you are familiar with, plus Okeze, who is one of the best high school players, if not the best, depending on where you look, for high school rankings, best high school recruits in the history of the Louisville program. A lot to be excited about, a lot of expectations for the Louisville Cardinals. You can hear about that more right here on the Rebound Rundown.
Cincinnati, home to more than a dozen Fortune 500 companies. A city where you know someone who knows someone, and you're in business. Every weekday at noon, The Working Lunch brings you headlines from local businesses, along with exclusive interviews with owners and local leaders. East Side, West Side, northern suburbs, downtown over the Rhine, and northern Kentucky. Real conversations, real Cincinnati. The Working Lunch with Jack Crumley, weekdays at noon, only on The Crown.
Let's keep it rolling here on First Word. I've said that too much today, but I'm really, really excited because First Word is here, and it's thanks to a lot of people. Yes. Anthony Breen, DJ Hodge, starts there.
Yeah.
Doesn't end there, because whether it's Gabe, whether it's Casey, whether it's Rodney, whether it's Adam, whether it's David, whether it's Josh, whether it's Coop Dog, whether it's Aaron. Obviously, Marisa isn't here for the full show today, but you've seen Marisa throughout the show. Obviously, Marisa has had a hand in it. Who else am I missing? I'm missing someone. I don't know. Jacob Tissot, obviously, as well. I've gotten through the whole show, and I haven't called him Jacob Trisket. So there we go.
Unbelievable, honestly.
Ended that. But the point is there's been a ton of people that have had their hands in this and made this get to this point. And we're ecstatic to be able to share with you what we're doing here at the Crown and with First Word. And we thank you for all the kind words, kind notes, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. This is just the start.
Yeah, obviously we sit up here and are the faces of it, but so many talented people behind the scenes, really the best in the business back there in the control room with all the graphics and the production, everything along those lines. It's the only reason the two of us look decent up here.
For sure. I mean, let's be honest about that. There's no doubt. And just scratching the surface. And that's the fun part.
Right.
For me, is this is just the start, and we're going to keep the gas pedal all the way down here on First Word. Will Jamar Chase report today? We'll have our eyes on that going into today with
not
Bengals
nervous.
OTAs officially starting. He was in town over the weekend. He hosted his annual pro camp at Sycamore High School. I expect to see him. Oh, is this who you're looking for, with the Bengals posting a clip of Jamar Chase in the locker room or in the facility? I'd be surprised if we don't see Uno today. We will have you covered regardless with Jacob Tissot's panic meter, because he will panic if Jamar isn't in the building today. But speaking of Jacob Tissot, his favorite red is Chase Burns. I hear about Chase Burns all the time. Chase Burns, Chase Burns, Chase Burns. Well, before we get out of here, the first ever episode of First Word, I got to let my man talk about Chase Burns.
It's on Burns Day. Look, when you draft a pitcher second overall in the draft, the dream is that they become Chase Burns at some point in their career. And so far this year, it's really been special for Burns. 5th in the league in earned run average, under a 2, 7 wins, which leads the National League, and a whip in the top 10 as well. He has been just unbelievable in every 5th day. You can be pretty confident that the Reds are going to win a baseball game. At least they have so far. They've won his last 6 starts. So unbelievable for the Reds and the success they've had when Burns is on the mound. In this series against the Royals, the exact opposite of the feeling going into the Braves series. Exactly the pitching matchups you want
for
for
a
a chance
differential for
to
the
win a
Royals.
series.
I think this is the first time I've seen a negative run differential worse than the Reds in a while.
No, it's great to see for sure.
Sweep them.
Burns, Abbott, game 1, game 2 tonight and tomorrow night certainly sets the Reds up for a chance to be able to win a series going away.
Yeah, need it. Get the brooms out. We want to be doing the sweep dance on Thursday morning following 3 big wins. Yeah, the sweep dance. Following 3 big wins at GABP. We'll obviously have you covered here on First Word. A quick reminder that the Working Lunch with Jack Crumley coming up today at noon.
Yes.
And if you're just joining us, well, subscribe on YouTube, follow wherever you get your podcast. You can check us out live on Mixlr. And man, oh man, shout out to everyone for watching. And by the way, there you go. The quick reminder, we're also live every morning on the Rock Entertainment Sports Network. That's where you can catch the Working Lunch with Jack Crumley as well. Show number 1, the rest coming your way. There's a look at the entire Crown lineup. Please join us every single morning here on First Word. Make us a habit. Until next time, for Marisa Contipelli and Jacob Tissot, I'm James Rapien. Thank you so much for watching and listening to First Word.